Welcome aboard, chat. Oh man, it's been a hectic day today, boy. uh, out of the gate, I owe you guys an apology for the last minute rescheduling of the stream. I had completely forgotten that I had scheduled the stream originally at 3:30 my time for a reason. It's because I had something to do a couple hours after that. And running late on the Ronin stream pushed that back too far, and there was no way I was going to be able to cram everything into like an hour and a half before I had to go and do the thing. So I had to reschedule until after the thing, which is why we're here now. And I apologize for that reschedule. Uh, hey, Outlaw. Oh, man. I think we're gonna have a good one today. A good mixture of videos, Twitter nonsense, and just general articles to go through. Good amount of stuff. Good variety this time too. Good variety. There's some, got some got some pretty wild stories this time too. I know we had like the testicle eclipse last time, which was like the wild story that time, but we got more than one this time. Woof. Think here. I realized that these are some of the funnest streams that I do. They really are. So I want to make this a regular thing every couple weeks. And in the future, maybe this turns into a podcast where guests get invited in. We basically just kind of shoot the shit over nonsense that's happened. Not the most unique idea, understand, but I think I have a lot of fun with these streams, and I have a lot of fun interacting with you guys in these streams, and I really want to make sure they keep happening. So, I guess we can go ahead and get going here. Without further ado, posted some last minute things you've been tracking. Oh, let me look at that real quick. Oh. I just noticed. Wait, do I hear? I do. I hear two music tracks. There we go. Oh man, I realized I have this upbeat one. I have this upbeat track. Very bouncy, very lively, very energetic background music track, right? And then I also have this guy. Much more cozy background. I had both of these custom made for me just to kind of match the vibe. You know what I mean? I think that this is actually what I'm going to be using for tonight's stream is the cozier one, because I don't want the music to get in the way of video. So we're going to keep this right about there. Let me know if that's a good sound balance between voice and the music, stuff like that. I went back and listened to the first one, and I realized that like my voice would cut out every once in a while as I would like talk away from the mic and stuff like that. So I brought the mic a little bit closer to me this time. So hopefully that kind of evens out the mic audio a bit. But just let me know. I can adjust things. Okay. Cool. So, with that, let me presentation mode. Okay. All right. Okay, we're definitely not going to end on the last one you posted, Outlaw. That's too depressing. I mean, it's very macabre, and I mean, you're right. It is kind of funny, but it's fucking tragic, man. scroll up. Let me. What do you want to start with? You want to start with a light topic, funny topic, or do you want to start with a little bit more of a serious topic? How we going, chat? You want to start with something a little bit lighthearted and then ease into like the Blackrock shit? Yeah, no, that's what's kind of funny. We'll get to it. We'll definitely cover it. But I'll let you guys kind of set the initial tone here, because we got a very good variety here of things to go over. So it'll be pretty easy. Match the vibes that you guys want to start out with. So let me know. Lighthearted or more serious. Start light and go into heavy, okay, and then go into light. Yeah, I like that too. That's kind of like I like doing that too. Start with light stuff, move into heavier stuff, and then kind of end it on like it's like a reaction equivalent of a compliment sandwich, you know. Okay, light and crazy. Let's see here. That. I wouldn't say that's light, but it is funny. Okay, here we go. We're gonna start with a New York Post article. That's what we're gonna start. Wrong window. Go to that window. Okay, New York. My source over really quick. Oh. Should be good. All right, and all right. Women are paying $500 to get salmon sperm injected into their vaginas to boost their sex lives. My immediate... We're going to get into this, but my immediate thought when I saw this headline... I actually haven't read this yet. But my immediate thought when I saw this was... how in the fuck did they discover this? Like, how bored and adventurous does one have to be to to extract sperm samples from various animals and then in a control variable science experiment kind of way figure out which ones invigorate your sex lives by injecting them into yourselves? It's kind of like, it's not even as bad. Like, there's always that question, like weird foods and stuff like that. Like eggs is a good one. Like, how in the fuck did people find out that eggs were like delicious things to eat? You know, it's like, because if you eat a raw egg with the shell and stuff like that, like, nobody is instinctually going to eat that. But like, you know, early humans ate eggs because they saw other animals doing it. You know what I mean? So that's what, like, oh, I just saw that bird or that creature pluck eggs out of that bird nest and eat it. I wonder if I could eat it too. You know what I mean? So there is some logic to that. But there's no I saw a bear swipe a salmon out of a river, and then it proceeded to jack off that salmon and then stick its sperm up its furry bear pussy and then see the bear writhing around in sexual pleasure. Like, that didn't happen. There's nothing observable that would lead you to think that this was a thing that could happen. Oh my god. Okay, let's read this thing. These women will try any... it starts off with a pun, because of course it does. Fuck you. Will try anything to improve their sex lives. Women are paying $500 to have salmon sperm injected into their vaginas to help their floundering sex lives. Did they use floundering for a reason there? Are they? Is this whole thing is going to be nothing but fish puns? Is that what this is going to be? Also, am I the only one who thinks $500 isn't that much for this? Something like this? Something as, like, bougie, wine ant, eccentric, kinky, fucked up woman, It seems like they could charge women like this, who have the luxury to inject hot, wet salmon sperm into their quivering vaginas. It seems like the kind of women who have the privilege to do this could be built for more than $500. That's all I'm saying. A lot of older women come to me and say they are not having any kind of sexual arousal anymore. Amanda Azopardi, an aesthetic nurse who runs clinics in London, Liverpool, and North Wales. Oh, it's the Brits. It's the Brits. Those goddamn Islanders, man. Let's see. Pull the Daily Mail. So, we do the O shot, and they're reporting... The O shot? Do you mean the O face? What the fuck is the O shot? And they're reporting... Oh, is it the salmon thing? Oh, there it is. Okay. They've nicknamed the salmon cum injection the O shot. What's the O stand for? What's the O stand for? I don't get it. Reporting stronger and more frequent orgasms, increased natural lubrication, greater sexual arousal. An O shot is a non-surgical treatment intended to rejuvenate the vagina and increase sexual arousal, and is alleged to typically show results after about 2 to 4 sessions. Oh man, I mean Idaho has the orgasm shot. Okay, Idaho has the second longest salmon run in the world, I think. That ends in a place in the north central mountains of Idaho, way up at the middle of absolutely nowhere. It's a really, really long run. I wonder if Idaho is going to revitalize its economy after this amazing discovery. Suddenly they have a reason to draw people to Idaho. Am I right? We got salmon, big ones too. It's true, chat. I've actually gone fishing at the end of that salmon run before, and I've caught. You can't keep them because it's like a protected area. And I caught salmon that were 4.5 feet long, just giant fucking salmon. Maybe not 4.5 feet. Might be doing the classic fish exaggeration thing. All I'm saying that I had to carry it with both of my arms. We'll just say that. And I'm a pretty big dude. I'm 6'4". So maybe like 3 feet. Then okay, 2 to 4 sessions. It's $500 a session. Okay. Several kinds of injections are used for the procedure, including the patient's own blood or salmon sperm. It's just absolutely life-changing for them, as a party said. As people age, their skin often loses elasticity, which can lead to vaginal dryness and painful sex. According to Peach and Lily, which sells a marine jewel capsule from Shangpri. What the fuck is a marine jewel capsule? Skincare line? And this is such a foreign language to me. Seoul-based spa. Okay, it's based in Korea. That makes sense because Korea is like a top country right now for like cosmetic surgery and what they're talking, skincare and that kind of stuff. It's like kind of like a cosmetic surgery mecca right now, actually. DNA extracted from salmon sperm has potent regenerative qualities. working not on the superficial level, but sinking deeply into skin to work from within, encouraging cell turnover that, in turn, helps firm skin and maintain its elasticity. Again, who is like, I'm gonna go catch a bunch of salmon. I'm gonna jack them off into a cup. I'm gonna fill that fucking cup. Then I'm gonna dip my fingers into that cup, and then I'm going to proceed to rub the contents of that cup all around it inside my pussy. You know what it kind of reminds me of? There was a recent internet historian video who went in depth about like the history of perfume and the insane animal part harvesting that goes on, or that used to go on, and probably still goes on to some degree, that to get various like scents into perfumes. They like take perfume out of like animal shit and like the hard waxy ambergris shit that forms instead of like whale stomachs and shit like that. It's like, who the fuck thought they would like tear open a whale, get into its stomach, find this slimy, oily, waxy fucking, rock, and they'd be like, I want to liquefy that and then spray it all over my bitch back home. Like, what the fuck? They don't have to really jack them off, but I remember right, salmons die when they ejaculate. This is true. This is what the whole thing of a salmon run is. So, like, what happens is they live upriver, right? They go, or what is it? Yeah, they're born upriver, in the spawning grounds, I think. Then they swim downstream all the way down to the ocean, right? And then the ocean is where they mate. And then they swim back upstream to give birth to the young. That's how it works. Whaling has been a staple in society for a while. Yeah, I mean, it's still a thing in Japan, isn't it? Don't they still have like a culture of whaling? There's a few Pacific Island nations that still have like a whaling culture, I think. I haven't looked into it a whole lot. Anyway, the purified and sterilized salmon DNA molecules, officially called polynucleotides, also have anti-inflammatory effects that essentially rejuvenate the skin anywhere on the body. The fishy semen, I'm kind of worried about getting demonetized or getting banned because of this picture right here. The fish semen has been a staple in Korean skincare for many years, often mentioned on products ingredients lists or injected into the face. Wasn't this Alaska too? Yeah, that makes sense. I remember there was an episode. You guys remember that show Nip Tuck? Wasn't a very good show. It was actually, it kind of had an interesting idea, but it just got the whole show goes off the rails pretty soon, and it just kind of turns into like a melodramatic, like ridiculous soap opera of a show. By like the second or third season, it's kind of a ridiculous show. But there's a whole arc where one of the main characters' wives or something like that. She starts like a beauty care, like skincare company or something like that, and she learns like and it's not like taking off well, and then she's talking like to like her hairstylist or something like that about random stuff, and the hairstylist has to bring up that like she notices, or the wife notices, like the hairstylist's like skin is like immaculate, and she's like in her 50s, and so she asks her like, what's your secret? And she goes, it's like, oh, I have my man like jack off all over me and I just smear my face with his cum. And so what she ends up doing is she ends up buying sperm samples from a local sperm bank and mixing it into her skincare product, and then it ends up like becoming this super popular thing, but they don't list like they go like in the ingredients. It's like all these things, and then it's like and other like what do you call it? Proprietary ingredients. You know what I mean? So she starts like this whole scandal about like just cleaning out the sperm bank to like fuel her beauty product success. I'm telling you, man, there's something about cum. It really is a magical substance. It creates life. You know, it gained traction in the U.S. last year after Jennifer Aniston. Of course, it's a fucking baddie celebrity. I'm surprised it wasn't Gwyneth Paltrow. Gives a whole new meaning to the word goop. Revealed that goop is a cult, by the way. Gwyneth Paltrow runs a $1 billion industrial cult on her goop products. That she once sampled a salmon sperm facial, admitting to the Wall Street Journal that she will try almost anything to keep her skin looking young. One study done in 2017 demonstrated that salmon sperm helped repair cellular damage, healing of wounds, and diminished inflammation. Other studies have shown that the proteins found in salmon sperm help reduce signs of aging. What? Did you not get this? But does it have to be in the cum? Can it just be like something that you just like? What if they could say like eat more salmon? Like, oh yeah, you joined at the wrong time. There's no right time to join a Helmsman React stream. NDA, you just gotta hop in and hang on and go with it, man. Let's see. A 2010 study published in the man, this goes back almost 15 years. Published in the International Journal of Cosmetic Science, found that the DNA in the sperm contained higher water content, increased skin elasticity, stronger collagen levels, and increased production of hyaluronic acid. Okay. Another report done on mice in 2016 found that the salmon sperm DNA increased blood flow to the skin and was beneficial to healing wounds. Oh my god. Is that going to become an ingredient in like antibacterial cream that you put on the band-aid before you put it on your little paper cut or whatever? Like, this thing contains, you know, polypropylene alcohol, blah 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 blah, salmon cum. Several studies have demonstrated its healing power, and it's sometimes used to promote healing. It has been used not only to heal the skin, but also to heal damaged livers. Oh my god, these treatments may seem a little fishy, but some people will do just about anything to look and feel how they used to. I mean, that's true. That's true. I mean, just simply opening the skin can cause it to heal. Oh my gosh, they would probably give it a funny name like canola oil instead of crap, something seed. Oh my gosh, funny enough, opening the skin can cause it to heal. What? Oh, I do know that is a thing. Is it salmon skin? That's like a natural band-aid or something like that. Microneedling. Yeah, I can't remember, but there was something like it was earlier this year or late last year where it was like people were discovering that like some places around the world, like it was like normal to like use fish skin as a band-aid or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but it might have been salmon. I can't remember. Tilapia skin is used on burn victims. Yeah. Like I think that various fish skins actually have like healing properties to the skin. It's weird now. I mean, this was such a ridiculous article at first, but like the more and more I think about it, the more and more it kind of makes sense. Like how like fish products are like so good for various parts, you know, for various aspects of your health. Like the omega, what is it? The omega-3 fatty acid thing has been a thing for a very long time. Improve skin texture and tone, reduce appearance of scars, acne, and wrinkles, increase collagen production, enhance skin elasticity and firmness. Yeah, it's fucking wild. Like, God, this one has the tag vaginal rejuvenation. I kind of want to read some of these comments. Canned salmon from Walmart is the best and cheaper. Insert a teaspoon, repeat, and hope for the best. You can't miss the clinic. It's next to the sushi restaurant. I am reminded of the old joke about a blind man walking past a fish market and saying, "Hello, ladies." Pretty good. No fair. Salmon are used to swimming upstream. They'll beat it and all the others. I wonder what that offspring will look like. Even salmon get more than me? Oh, poor Tib. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. Oh my gosh. All right. What we got up next? Let's see here. Let's do one more kind of more fun one. Well, serious, ultra serious, that's serious. Actually, the last two that you did, that you posted, Outlaw, can be our outro funny ones. So let's move on to another New York Post article. By the way, the New York Post is actually a really good source of fucking psycho shit going on in the world. There's all kinds of amazing and they have these really long headlines as well that like the headline themselves is like an entire story sometimes. The New York Post is really good at hooking you in with headlines, I have to say. Here we go. Catholic priest who threw wild orgy where male hooker OD'd on erectile dysfunction pills learns his fate. See what I mean by like the headline alone tells a whole story with its ups and downs and everything. So let's go. Let's read this one here. A Catholic priest who hosted an out-of-control orgy. I mean, what other way is to have an orgy? I mean, an orgy has to be out of control, right? It's not a good orgy if it ain't out of control. ODing on ED pills is not common. Yeah, because ED pills, aren't they just blood thinners or something like that? Like I think Viagra was originally meant to be like a blood thinner, to increase and help with blood flow, and it turns out that a side effect is you get a big old red rocket going on down there, and that turned into the main draw of the drug, and so that's what it actually ended up being sold as. Vasodilators mostly. Yes. Okay. So it doesn't thin the blood; it dilates the blood vessels so the blood can flow better through them. Okay. Well, that also makes sense. You know, of course, it's going to give you an erection because your dick is basically a pair of sponges that fill up with blood. You know, so you dilate those things, you can fill it with more blood and get a big old hog down there going. Okay. So, out of control orgy where a male prostitute overdosed on erectile dysfunction pills and was mutilated, was sentenced to 18 months in prison in Poland on Tuesday. Okay, let's get into this. So, the risk factor for OD tends to be priapism. Okay. The Polish clergyman who was assigned to the Church of the Blessed Virgin Mary of the Angels landed the jail time after being... That is the most generic fucking name for a church, by the way. For a Catholic church, the Blessed Virgin Mary of the Angels? That sounds like fucking AI made it up. Are you kidding me? No creativity in that. Come on. See, this is why I'm happy that I'm a non-denominational Protestant, not a fucking Catholic dog. Landed the jail time after being convicted of sexual offenses, supplying drugs, and failing to provide assistance to a person in danger of loss of life or serious bodily harm. Actually, you know what? It might be good. Okay, this might actually give a little bit more context here. Polish bishop resigns amid sex scandal in his troubled diocese. So this happened back in in October of 2023. I want to see like what the details of the event was. Okay, let's go back to the original. We'll go to that one after this. The Polish collection band, blah 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 blah. He was only officially identified as Tomasi. That sounds like a Twitter handle. Because of Polish privacy laws, but the Daily Mail said he was Father Tomasz Zmarzli. Okay, there are too many fucking Z's in the Polish language. What the fuck? Of all the weird parties I've been to, of course it's a Catholic priest. Yeah, of course it's a Catholic priest. Zmarzli organized a sex party gone awry at his parish-owned apartment in Brawa Gomica, near the Czech Republic, Poland border in August of 2023, according to the Polish outlet Wyborcza and Reuters. A male prostitute collapsed at the bash after taking too many erectile dysfunction pills. Wait, I'm curious. Was it this priest and other priests plus a hooker, plus a gay hooker, or was it like just this one Catholic priest and a bunch of gay hookers? Is that what was the demographics? I want to know the demographics of the orgy. And the priest then threw one of the hooker's buddies. Okay, so there's at least two male hookers, out of his home when he wanted to call the police. The local newspaper, fucked. This newspaper is called Fucked. Every time you've read an article in this newspaper, you've been fucked. Okay. The attendee called emergency services anyway, while his unconscious friend remained... Oh, there's a typo. They said remained inside. Get a copy editor, New York Post. When paramedics arrived, the priest refused to allow them inside. God. So is that like obstruction? Is it? I'm assuming it's got to be a crime to obstruct paramedics, right? The cops were called, and after gaining entrance to the home, authorities found the unconscious prostitute lying on a bed with his lower body severely mutilated. He was taken to a hospital where he later signed himself out. Wait, what? You can't just say severely mutilated and not opine. What? What the fuck? It's understood that there's a chance the police will need to be called or be called by the neighbors when you have such events. I mean, sounds like he had a priapism. Okay, I'm ignorant. What's a priapism? Is that like when your dick explodes? Is that what that is? Like when the people from South Park eat gluten, and then their dick like flies off their body like a bottle rocket and then explodes. Do you remember that episode? Erection lasting longer than 4 hours. The blood starts to clot. Ow! Ow! I don't want to think about that. After the incident gained traction in the media, I mean, how could it not? I mean, that is a hell of a story. How could you not run that? As Marsley told Wyborcza that the case was only popular because it involved a member of the clergy. I mean, yeah. I mean, we expect gay men to engage in gay sex orgies. That's normal for them, you know? But when it involves a Catholic priest, it's like, yeah. Because then we can claim a hypocrisy, you know? Yeah, it sounds fucking pleasant. Oh, unpleasant. If anything similar had happened to a little-known person with a different profession, not media or clergy, there would have been no issue at all, he told the outlet in a statement. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you claim to be arbiters of morality, and you openly, consider, sodomy to be a sin worth condemning. So, calling or organizing several male hookers your apartment to engage in, let's just say, orifice exploration, kind of goes against that. So it's gonna make the news. Of course it is. Hey, Rosa, how you doing? Hello, Rosa peeps. How was King of the Castle? I know that's what you guys were playing. I could only catch the first couple minutes of it because I had a weird afternoon. I accidentally went overtime in my Rise of the Rona stream and had to reschedule. I know King of the I wish I could get more involved with your King of the Castle streams. I know that you always have fun. I could tell Rosa when you're like legitimately like having fun, not like pretending to have fun. And I know that you actually have fun when you play King of the Castle. So I'm really happy that you had fun. And welcome all you raiders. We are going in on a. Let me just go back to the headline for all you who just joined. We're going over a Catholic priest who threw a wild orgy where male hooker OD'd on erectile dysfunction pills learns his fate. That's what we're doing devices the entire time, even for the Mardic. Nice. I have to say though, I know that you're having some. I think you're bleeding from the throat or something like that. I have a feeling that will kind of fix itself pretty quick because your mouth, your tongue, your gums, your throat, and stuff like that, they're literally the fastest healing parts of your body because your body understands how important they are to live. So you can power through it, my friend. You'll be okay. I promise. The last article we did, the first article we did before you guys joined was this. Women are paying $500 to get salmon sperm injected into their vaginas to boost their sex lives. So it's been a banger so far. Got a flu of some kind? Oh, I'm sorry. Tamiflu. You'll be okay. You'll be alright. You'll be alright, Rosa. Okay, let's see here. He was stripped of all church duties. Okay. I think that's appropriate. Including being an assistant to a youth program. Of course he was involved with the kids. Of course. It's always the ones who were involved with the fucking kids. Every goddamn time. And head of the Catholic newspaper, Nietzsche Sosnowiecka. I don't know how to pronounce Polish words. They put consonants together that don't belong together, goddammit. In late September, fucked reported. I'm going to pronounce the name of this newspaper fucked every time. Marsley was arrested in January and charged with 4 offenses. What were the offenses? Come on, you gotta name the offenses. God damn it. The Diocese of Sosnowiec has been engulfed in scandal since the news broke in September, causing Marsley to be discharged from the clergy and Bishop Kazak. This guy's a fucking alien. Only aliens have names like this. The Polish are fucking aliens. You don't have that many. No member of the human species has that many Z's in the name. These people are fucking aliens. Oh man. Pope Francis accepted Kazak's resignation. So he didn't demand it. He gets okay. Archbishop. I'm actually amazed. I'm actually kind of amazed that. Wait, no, that's Pope Francis. Okay, yeah. I expect. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Francis did the same kind of shit. Archbishop Adrian Galbas of Katowice, a city nearby, was appointed as administrator of the Sosnowiec Diocese, according to TVN24. In addition to his jail time, Marsley was ordered to pay the victim $3,820. That's a bizarrely specific number. And set up and donate to a fund to help victims of crime. Oh boy. You want Nightmare Pharaoh lookup treatment for priapism? No. No. I slept less than an hour last night. I need my sleep tonight. I had a brain wormy kind of night last night. I was like sleeping with my eyes shut, but they felt like they were open. I was pacing around all the time in the pitch blackness because it was just one of those fucking nights, man. I need to get some good rest tonight, so no, I will not be looking up the cure for priapism. You request to give them grace to leave. You demand, thus you may as well strip them. Yeah. Okay. Let me go to this. Let me see if there's more details here. So the Pope on Tuesday, this was back in October, accepted the resignation of a Polish bishop whose diocese has been rocked by reports of a sex party involving a male prostitute in a priest's apartment, as well as previous violent incidents involving his clergy. The Vatican didn't give a reason for why Bishop Grzegorz Kazak was resigning as head of the Diocese of Salmon in southwestern Poland. At 59, he is several years shy of the normal retirement age of 75. But his diocese has been in the spotlight again after one of his priests was placed under criminal investigation for an August 30th 31st incident at his apartment in Dubrowa Górnicza that allegedly involved a male prostitute. Well, we know from the other article there was at least two male prostitutes there. Polish media reported that one of the participants of a sex party at the home collapsed after ODing on erectile dysfunction pills. The report, yeah, it was sending it was sending all the blood from his big brain from his big head to his little head. He fucking passed out. The report said that the priest allegedly tried to bar paramedics from entering the apartment. Waldemar Lubnowski, a spokesman to the district prosecutor's office in Sosnowiec, said the investigation focused on a, quote, failure to provide assistance to a person in a situation that poses an immediate threat of loss of life or serious damage to health, unquote. The scandal has gotten substantial attention in Poland, with the event widely described as a gay orgy, further harming the image of the church in the once staunchly Roman Catholic homeland of St. John Paul II. For several years now, Polish society has been undergoing a fast process of secularization, with many people rejecting the church and some even taking steps to leave it formally. Yeah. Leave Catholicism. Leave the Virgin Catholic Church and join the Chad Protestant Church. It wasn't the first incident involving clergy in the diocese to make headlines, suggesting that the sex scandal was the final straw for the Vatican. Pope Francis moved with unusual speed to remove Kazak after the bishop said he offered to resign on September 29th. In 2010, we went over that. Holy See finally intervened and dissolved the seminary altogether because it had to be called seminary. Damn it. I don't care if people have orgies and sex parties, but if you're so worried of being outed that you don't call the police when medical emergencies happen, that's a problem. Oh yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like, do your own, whatever freaky shit you're into, do it in your own time, in your own private space. Fine. But when you're, stopping paramedics and stuff from helping somebody who's has the potential to die or is in significant distress, like, yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. I mean, the orgy itself is a problem here too, in from the perspective of, from the religious perspective, which is like a whole other angle. Let's see. You thank the priests and nuns of his diocese and ask everyone to forgive my human limitations. Human limitations. That's a to give her, he turned fucking and sucking and coming and other dudes into human limitations, Chad. That is some impressive word massaging right there. Kazak was appointed bishop in 2009 by then Pope Benedict XVI after having severely briefed as the number 2 in the Vatican's family office, or served briefly as the number 2. Okay. Diocese, which identified the priest involved in the incident as Friar Thomas Z, has largely corroborated the media report, saying an outside investigative commission concluded he committed a very serious violation of moral norms. That's another way to put it. as well as of his obligations as priest. It cited an quote-unquote incident at the priest's apartment involving him and at least 2 other lay people. Oh yeah, he laid them all right. Kazakh dismissed the priest from all functions on September 21st. Got that. The priest has not been charged by Polish prosecutors. I perceive this as an obvious attack on the church, on the clergy and the faithful in order to humiliate its position, tasks, and mission. Well, bullshit. Fuck you. It's not an attack on the church. You brought it on yourselves. Like, I mean, do they not have a background check system in the Catholic Church? What a bullshit thing. It's like, you want to not get media attention, don't go around preaching that you have the moral standard while, you know, in your off time, you know, going balls deep in some other guy's hairy asshole, you know, while he's stored on cocaine off of another gay man's chest. You know, maybe don't do that, and you won't get attacked. Oh my gosh. I don't care what branch they happen to be in. I'm not a fan of using it as a shield for their immoral acts. Yeah, exactly. If the thing is, it's like, how can you use it as a shield? It makes it 10 times worse. You know? Like, if this was like Satanists or something like that, you'd be like, oh yeah, expect nothing less from a bunch of degen Satanists. You know? But like, you like bring this shit upon yourselves. His human limitations was the need for the ED pills. God said it was okay. Oh yeah, God. God, does this not... What the fuck is this Krampus looking motherfucker? What is this? This is like Palpatine in a Santa hat. What the fuck am I looking at here? There it is again. Polish tabloid fucked. Published what it was said. The audio recording of the call one of the participants made to the police. Oh my gosh, is that released? In it, the person said he had been kicked out of the apartment and begged for paramedics to come. Oh, it's probably in Polish though, so you won't be able to understand it. At one point saying his friend was foaming at the mouth after having ingested drugs. Jeez. The AP couldn't immediately verify the authenticity of the recording. Polish Catholic Church has been rocked for several years by allegations of sexual... Oh, we got that. Okay. Vatican Embassy in Poland said a temporary administrator, Archbishop Adrian Galbus of Katowice, would run the Diocese of Sosnowiec until the new bishop is named. Oh, boy. Oh, look at this. Somebody's quoting Bible verses down here. Look at this. 1 Timothy 3:3. A bishop then must be blameless, the husband of one wife, vigilant, sober, of good behavior, given to hospitality, apt to teach, not given to wine, no striker, not greedy of filthy lucre? Lucre? I don't know what that is. But patient, not a brawler, not covetous, one that ruleth well his own house, having his children in subjection with all gravity. For if a man know not how to rule his own house, how shall he take care of the church of God? God, through his word, made it very clear. Fucking preach. I know, this looks like a demon, doesn't it? It looks like a demon wearing Santa's hat as like a fucking skin suit or something like that. This guy looks like a combination of like a demon, Santa, and an elf with this weird fucking orange cloak that he's wearing. Although, wait, the orange cloak, that's actually like a Vatican thing, isn't it? That's like a Vatican part of the uniform, isn't it? I think it is. But man, red and orange really clash, don't they? They do not do well together. But yeah, this guy looks like he looks like Palpatine, and like lightning is about to shoot at, like force lightning is about to shoot out of his fingers. That's what this guy fucking looks like. I am Santa. Ah! Oh my god. Okay, let's move on. Let me hide this. Oh god. That's only 2 stories. Let's see. Let's get into a bunch of the main stories now. Let's get into recent news about Blackrock. Let me also bring this. Oh. All right. It was the metherer. The metherer. Okay. Let me turn this back on. Boop. Okay. So this is from Will Hild. Will Hild is actually a very good... If you're interested in following the evil shit that Blackrock is doing on a day-to-day basis, Will Hild is one of the best Twitter accounts that you can follow. He basically just shadows everything that Blackrock does and just says what's happening with Blackrock on Twitter. If you're interested in this kind of stuff, really good follow on Twitter. Definitely recommend. Okay, so this was on April 12th. So this was a couple weeks ago. But just in, BlackRock CEO Larry Fink absolutely lost it on their latest earnings call after the Texas Permanent School Fund pulled $8.5 billion from the woke asset manager over their continued ESG activism. So let's go ahead and listen to this. Let's see. Oh crap! Hang on. Can you hear this? Chat, can you hear that? Is it too loud or is it too quiet? No, glad I asked. Oh, that's why, desktop audio. There we go. Okay, let me turn this up a little more.
I've spoken before about the fear we see today. Some of it stoked by increasingly political polarization in the world.
Are you good now? I just dropped the BGM by like 5%. Okay. This is why having a chat is very useful. How about that?
Our industry and BlackRock have been a subject of political dialogue, mostly in the United States.
Yeah, you went out of your way to do that, motherfucker. Like, it's been the topic of political discussion. It's like, you created the discussion, you fucker. Like, the video is viral. Everybody knows about it at this point. That plays a modicum of attention to this shit about the whole forced behaviors thing. Like, everybody knows what you're fucking up to right now. So, like, don't bitch at us for, like, oh, there's a political discussion around us. It's like, motherfucker, you created the discussion.
We recognize some of this with being the industry leader. We have done a better job now of telling our story so that people can make decisions based on facts, not on lies and not on misinformation or politicization by others. Unfortunately, there's still others out there who put short-term politics, who continuously lie about these issues. They're putting those issues above the long-term fiduciary responsibilities. As a fiduciary, politics should never outweigh performance.
But it does, in your case. You explicitly stated. You explicitly stated that you would make it that way. Are you fucking kidding me? Also, did he seriously just say that ESG funds are good fucking long-term fiduciary decisions? Like, and that was a fact? Because he said, like, based on facts, should not political, bam, my hair is receding so fucking fast, I hate it, bam, I'm a billionaire and I can't afford hair plugs, like, I'm sorry, but ESG mutual funds have lost trillions in value over just the last few years. They were pretty much they're like the worst performing mutual funds on the entire market. What the fuck is he talking about? Fucking Sri Lanka The country of Sri Lanka. If you don't know what Sri Lanka is, it's the island off of the coast of East India. That's Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka went all in on ESG in like 2020. And in 2022, the leader of Sri Lanka said that their country was an economic collapse and in complete failure. Want to know why? Because one of the stipulations of going in all in on ESG was a thing called, quote, organic farming. You want to know what happened as a result of switching their farming systems over to organic farming? They all started starving. And the entire economy collapsed. They basically pulled a Lysenkoism, for God's sake. And it completely killed their economy. What the fuck is this guy talking about? How ESG is a good long-term fiduciary decision? What an insane thing to say when literally every mathematical metric we have on ESG funds has proven that they are fucking awful for business. This dude is out of his fucking mind, dude. We call this cope? Yeah, just, oh my god. I mean, I guess they could, if no one noticed, if no happening, they could have it. Sri Lanka, historically known as Ceylon, and officially the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Yep, but they did, though. They went all in on ESG. They basically backed their whole government by ESG-related funds, and it collapsed their economy because they basically did, they just like, let's do Lysenkoism, although they called it organic farming. But yeah, dude, ESG is a fucking poison and a cancer to everything it touches. This guy is out of his fucking mind, dude.
I do believe that with a vast majority of our clients, our long-term fiduciary approach and performance are resonating.
Resonating. Dude, this guy is out of his fucking mind. What a fucking psychopath. I'm just baffled by the nonsense of throwing together 3 different forms of government in the name. Oh, democracy, socialism, and the republic. Yeah. Let's see. And then there was this. If in case you didn't think that Blackrock wasn't like the most evil company in the world, pretty much. This was a really good. You can see this was a direct response to this video here. This was a fantastic summary video that RFK Jr. put out recently, talking about the wars going on and how they're all basically connected to Blackrock. Listen to this. This is fucking eye-opening.
This is a war that should have never happened. It's a war the Russians tried repeatedly to settle on terms that were very, very beneficial to Ukraine and us.
This is true. It's like, so near the beginning of the war, Russia was actually ready after the invasion. Russia was pretty quick to actually go to the negotiating table, and they were willing to give basically NATO countries a pretty damn good deal. But Joe Biden, and in particular Boris Johnson, said, nah, we're going to keep the war going. I wonder why. He's going to tell you why.
The major thing they wanted was for us to keep NATO out of the Ukraine. The big military contractors want to add new countries to NATO all the time. Why? Because then that country has to conform its military purchases to NATO weapon specifications, which means certain companies, Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Boeing, and Lockheed, get a trapped market. In March of 2022, we committed $113 billion. Just to give you an example, we could have built a home for almost every homeless person in this country. We then committed another $24 billion since then, 2 months ago, and now President Biden's asking for another $60 billion. But the big expenses are going to come after the war.
The rebuilding.
When we have to rebuild all the things that we destroyed. Mitch McConnell was asked, can we really afford to spend $113 billion to Ukraine? He said, don't worry. It's not really going to Ukraine.
It's going to American defense manufacturers.
So he just admitted it's a money laundering scheme. And who?
By the way, the border wall was budgeted at only $5 billion. So we could have built the border wall like 20 times over. More than that? Yeah.
Who do you think owns every one of those companies? Yeah, BlackRock. So Tim Scott, during the Republican debate, said, don't worry, it's not a gift to Ukraine, it's a loan. So raise your hand if you think that that loan's ever getting paid back.
Yep.
Yeah, of course it's not. So why do they call it a loan? Because if they call it a loan, they can impose loan conditions. And what are the loan conditions that we impose on? Number one, an extreme austerity program, so that if you're poor in Ukraine, you're going to be poor forever. Yep. Number two, most important, Ukraine has to put all of its government-owned assets up for sale to multinational corporations, including all of its agricultural land, the biggest single asset in Europe. In Ukraine, there's been 1,000 years of war fought over that land. It's the richest farmland in the world. It's the breadbasket of Europe. 500,000 kids almost, Ukrainian kids, have died to keep that land as part of Ukraine. They almost certainly didn't know about this loan condition. They've already sold 30% of it. The buyers were DuPont, Cargill, and Monsanto. Who do you think owns all of those companies? Yeah, BlackRock. And then in December, President Biden gave out the contract to rebuild Ukraine. And who do you think got that contract? BlackRock. So they're doing this right in front of us. They don't even care that we know anymore, because they know that they can get away with it. And how do they know that? Because they have a strategy. And that strategy is an old strategy, which is they keep us at war with each other. They keep us hating on each other. They keep the Republicans and Democrats fighting each other, and black against white, and all these divisions that they sow.
If you don't need more proof that BlackRock is the most evil fucking company on the planet, that 3.5-minute video right there is all the proof you need as far as I'm concerned. The whole fucking thing is done for BlackRock profits. Everything. It's so fucking disgusting. I mean, it honestly, as far as I'm concerned, I think that BlackRock should be forced to divest from every stock that it owns and basically dissolved as a company. As far as I'm concerned, it is like the most evil fucking company on the planet. Anyway, that was definitely a little bit of a departure from the fun stuff. Oh boy, let's see what else we got here. Also, what I was saying about BlackRock like losing trillions of dollars, in my presentation that I did, a month and a half or so ago, I covered this aspect of BlackRock and how I found a bunch of headlines of just talking about how ESG funds losing trillions in value over the years, and it lost another $300 billion this quarter. It lost $6 trillion in 2023 alone. All these kinds of articles, and they go all the way back to like 2020, close to when ESG funds first started. So yeah, that hurt my soul to listen to. Yeah, I know. It's honestly kind of hard. It's hard to. I think this is one of the things that people that are not on the woke side of things have a really hard time with, which is basically grasping how evil the people they're fighting actually are. It's really hard to get a grasp because, like, when you think like, oh man, in battle or in a fight or tactics and that kind of thing, you come up with your own tactics and all this kind of that, but there's like certain principles and lines that you won't cross in those battles. And it's really hard to imagine fighting an enemy that has absolutely no lines drawn in the sand, that will do anything and everything. They will go to the most evil, the most evil lengths and the worst depths, to win. And it's like, it's really hard to combat some, an enemy like that, because it's like impossible to get, the whole thing that's like, you need to understand your enemy to beat your enemy. It's really hard to understand an enemy of that has just a nature that is that evil. You know what I mean? It's also hard to show others how evil they are. Yeah, exactly. Because people can't because people are they're gonna try to put on their empathy hat and try to understand where the evil is coming from. But it's just like I always say, like, these people, they will burn the planet to ash if it means they can rule over it. You know what I mean? And it's really hard to put your mind into a place where you can start to understand or fathom that level of malevolence, you know? And it's gut wrenching. It's gut wrenching when these people just openly kind of engage in this behavior. So, and I think that's one of the things, the quote unquote culture warriors. It's kind of a cringy term, but it's true. It is a real thing. It's one of the things that we have to kind of come to terms with. You have to kind of come to an understanding of like the evil nature of the people that you're fighting. They have no principles, they have no morals, they have no ethics. They will claim whatever whatever moral or ethical system facilitates their goal of power, at any moment's notice. So whatever moral system is useful to them in the moment, they will just claim that to be their system. But then 30 seconds later, they'll claim the complete opposite moral system, because that moral system now will work to help them get power. This is why you have, actually, there's a good dovetail. This is why you have, let me bring it up here. There it is. Why you have this. It's where you get absolutely psychotic juxtapositions of ideologies that are antithetical to each other. You know what I mean? This is where the gays for Palestine kind of stuff comes from, because they're not operating on a moral framework. They're not operating on ethical principles. They're operating on what gives me power. That's the only thing that they're operating on. So in America, being for, the wokest stuff is a means of gaining power. And Muslims are a quote unquote minority oppressed group in America. So that also is a means of gaining power. And people who are thirsty for power will use both of them almost simultaneously in parallel with each other to gain power, because they don't actually care about the morals or the principles or anything that they're doing. It's all just a power play. And it's difficult to kind of fathom a mind like that, which is why it's hard to win against people like this. It's tough. Top institutional holders of BLK are Vanguard. Is that Black Lives Matter? Is that what that is? Oh, or is that Black? Wait, what is that? Black? It could be Blackrock too. What is BLK? Let me know, Outlaw. Blackrock Inc. on the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, got it. Our Vanguard. See, isn't that also wild? How like these other companies that are also do the same thing as BlackRock, like Vanguard and State Street and stuff like that, they kind of cannibalize each other with like stock ownership. So Vanguard at 10.4 billion, Kuwait Investment Authority at 6.66 billion, BlackRock Institutional Trust at 5.34 billion, and there it is, State Street at 4.7 billion. Yeah, they all like own each other's stock. It's fucking. It really does start to look like a giant global money laundering scheme. Like, I'm sorry, but like when you're all like owning each other in the forms of being majority stakeholders, it doesn't really seem like you're in competition with each other anymore. It kind of seems like you're in collusion with each other, So, yeah, these massive global investment firms like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, they really need to be, reined in heavily, if not completely dissolved, as far as I'm concerned, because they are. I mean, that RFK Jr. video that I just played, And I'll say, Rosa, if you're watching, when I first saw that, my heart fucking sunk too. Like when I first saw that, I literally had to get up out of my chair, get into my car, and go for a drive because I was just like, that fucking hurt. It hurts to watch, especially when I see like Gen Z, still like really really struggling, to see a future for them, for their generation, when you're priced out of just about every market out there. You can't afford a house. You can't even really afford rent. So you're stuck in your parents' home as you're watching the country just pilfer the taxpayers for hundreds of billions of dollars that are just sent into a corrupt money pit on the other side of the world that's getting hundreds of thousands of people killed. Like the nihilism of Gen Z. I discourage nihilism, but I completely sympathize with where it's coming from, because Gen Z as a generation is getting entirely fucked over in this country, and I sympathize with Gen Z greatly, to be honest. I really do. As a Gen Xer, I'm not actually a Gen Xer. I'm what's called an Xennial, which is like a micro generation that's right between Gen X and the millennial generation. So I was like, coming out of the tail end of Gen X. Gen X was, the cream of the crop when it comes to nihilism. But like the nihilism of Gen Z, I think is absolutely justified. I really do. I was talking to a friend about this the other day. Yeah. It's rough. Anyway, I want to move on. Let's move on. Let's do you know what? Let's lighten the mood a little bit. Let's do one more wild fun story, and then we'll get back into more serious stuff. Let's see here. Let me hide this for a sec. Actually, you know what? Let's do this one. This one's very macabre, but it's funny. I'm gonna do the last one you sent in, Outlaw. Make sure it loads on my rig. Having problems. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let me make sure. There we go. Let me turn that on. Okay, there we go. Okay. Kano. I don't know where that is. Man, his son, and a neighbor die trying to retrieve a phone from a pit latrine. This is... I hate myself for laughing at this. I really do. I really do. I don't want to laugh at this. I really don't. This is fucking horrifying. This is so awful. But it's funny. Oh, God. Also, it kind of tells you that there's still people using pit latrines like this. Oh, my God. Am I okay, Foxy? I'm okay. I'm okay, Josephine. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in. Oh, my God. Okay. Okay, from Desmond Migbo Kano. Where the fuck is Kano? Where is Kano? I don't know. Let me open a new window. Kano country. Fuck is Kano? Oh, it's a city. It's a city in Nigeria. Okay. Got it. Okay. The tragic incident occurred on Sunday morning at Yargwanda village in Sanyua local government area of Kano State, according to a statement from the state's fire service. They have phones, but not proper bathrooms. They got one of them bomber phones. The statement, which was signed by the public relations officer of the service, Saminu Abdullahi, said that a fourth victim, Four people? 28-year-old Abba Al-Assad was rescued alive from the toilet. Okay, so three people fell in, died. The fourth person fell in, but he was pulled out and saved. Okay. According to the statement, we received an emergency call from Sanyua Fire Station at about 11 a.m. from one Amina Yargwanda that 4 men had been trapped inside a pit toilet. We immediately sent our rescue team to the scene at about 11:15 a.m., the statement told. Oh, man, it was one of the early morning shits. Those are the best ones. The best shits are, like, the ones right in the morning, or, like, the one, like, half an hour or so, like, after a big dinner. Those are the best shits, man. Danjuma was trying to retrieve a cell phone that fell into the pit toilet when he got trapped. Thereafter, his son entered the pit toilet to save his father and also got trapped. Gaye and Allison also entered to rescue both men, and they also got trapped. Jesus, how fucking big is this pit? Fuck. It's like a fucking clown car of death. The spokesman disclosed that the first 3 victims were rescued unconscious, while the 4th victim was rescued alive. He said all the victims were handed over to one Iro Lado, a police superintendent at Sanyua Police Division. He added that the police had conveyed the victims to BG Special Hospital for medical attention, where doctors so duly confirmed 3 dead and 1 of the victims alive. Ugh. That one was short and smelly. You know what this reminds me of? I don't know why this... Pits are generally pretty deep. I guess... I don't know. I don't know, like, the engineering of pit toilets. I imagine they're like the porta potties that they have, like, out in camping sites and stuff like that. Or like the toilets out in camping sites. Those are pretty deep pits. So 50 feet or more? Jesus, that's a lot of shit. That's a whole lot of shit. You know what this reminds me of, though? Let me see if I can find the clip. Hang on. You're probably not going to get this reference. I don't care. I love this. I gotta go to YouTube for it. They have it. Okay, they have it. I hope I don't get copyright struck for this. Okay, bring this over. You guys ever seen Mom and Dad Save the World? That's what this reminds me of. Although the screen's a little janky, but that's okay. I think it's got just about everything. Okay, I'm gonna play you this clip and tell me this doesn't remind you of people falling into a toilet one after another to their deaths. Okay, let me play.
Looks like a grenade.
It's a light grenade. Pull the pin, set it down. Whoever picks it up, grenade remains, person disappears.
So the context of this movie is there's a husband and wife. He's the husband. And they're just like chilling out on Earth. And on a far distant planet, which is literally called the Planet of Idiots, the ruler of said planet is looking at Earth, meaning to destroy it. He wants to destroy Earth, like Rita. And he's looking at a telescope, and he randomly happens upon this guy's wife. And he's like, oh my god. It's played by John Lovitz, by the way. And he's like, oh my god, I must have her. She is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. And so he gets his giant magnet ray, and they're on a little vacation trip, and the magnet ray just pulls the car off of the planet and just sucks it to the Planet of Idiots. And now the father here, and so the bad guy, he kidnaps the wife, and now he joins up with the local rebels to save his wife and save Earth. Hence the name Mom and Dad Save the World. It's a ridiculous movie, but it's fucking hilarious.
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard of. Who'd pick it up?
Book.
Pick me up.
isn't it?
They
This is one
basically.
of our weapons.
This is
This
a rock.
is a rock.
Exactly. What you do is raise your arm like so, then wahoo, you throw it.
Right.
Okay, so these are the Imperial Army guys right here.
Like we caught them
And
sleeping.
don't tell me that this next scene doesn't remind you of the toilet that we just described.
Captain, look.
Earthman's bed. This movie basically was based off of an SNL sketch, I think, or at least it was made by like SNL comedians, which is why like John Lovitz is in it. Let me see if they can.
Oh my God.
There we go.
Captain, the Earthman has a light grenade for a head.
Okay.
Look! He has a light grenade.
Idiot.
Idiot. But they're all idiots. That's the point of the movie.
Careful, men. There's a light grenade on the ground. Where?
Okay. So this would be the sun.
Right here.
Look, they're like all dying for picking up this fucking grenade. What's going on over here?
Me up.
Okay. This light grenade is decimating this entire army. Anyway, that's what the fucking the toilet story reminded me of, where they're just like following each other to their deaths one at a time in this really tragic but kind of hilarious fashion. Oh god. I'm gonna close this. I hope I don't get copyright struck for that. It's an old movie. It's from the 90s. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know. I hope they don't care too much about Mom and Dad Save the World. Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, in the end, this is funny, but it's actually really fucking tragic, I have to say. At least the dad was 60, so we got up there pretty close. I mean, that's not even retirement age, you know? So, yeah, that sucks. But it's funny. Anyway, okay, next. Let's move on. Let me see here. What do we got? We did that. I'm not gonna do those ones. Go over the Master of the TDS bot army. Yeah, let's get into gaming stuff. I think that'll be our last like serious kind of topic thread. So we'll start with the game that the Wokists have chosen to be their herald, which is this Tales of Kenzera Zao, which, by the way, this is blasphemy upon the Tales of series, the JRPG series. I hate the fact that it's taking the same format. I hope people don't confuse it for a JRPG. But let me bring it up here. There we go. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Master of the TDS, he does a really good job of discovering bot farms and bot armies on Twitter, and he's got a ton of these compilations, a lot of them, and he focuses a lot on like pop culture kind of stuff. So what he does is he tracks and finds bot armies that are basically gaslighting and astroturfing engagement and popularity with media products, essentially. So in this case, he says, with the release of the Tales of Kenzera Zao on April 23rd, 2024, a game known to have been worked on by SBI, it's not surprising that discussion of the game was met with controversy online. What also isn't surprising is that a combination of blue checkmark and non-blue checkmark bot accounts has also been released, potentially to run damage control for the game. Many of the accounts mention Surgent Studios, which was founded by Abukar Salim who has significant ties to Sweet Baby Inc. directly. Someone who gave the Sweet Baby their death rattle, but it might be better if they went to bed early. If you use these in a I absolutely will credit him. He does a lot of these posts, and he spends a lot of time doing them. Really good follow if you want to pay attention to what is basically getting botted for engagement on Twitter in regards to pop culture, games, movies, television, that kind of stuff. Really good account. Now, let's look at a little bit closer at these things. So here's, I think, is this the original post? I think, yeah, this is the original post here. So basically, the original post is just talking about how the game is made by this guy. I think he's Nigerian or something like that. He's African, and he basically made this game like in honor of his deceased father. Which, fine, I have no problem with that. You know what I mean? To a degree, I could actually appreciate that they bothered to create an original black character in a native African setting instead of, just race swapping, some bullshit like that. Like I said, like, hey, we've always said, like, hey, if you want diversity, fine. Why don't you tell stories that are about and take place in Africa then? Why do you have to like thieve away our stories when you can just make your own about Africa? And this person goes out and makes a game about Africa. Great, actually. You know what I mean? It's like no problem there. In fact, I actually think that kudos to that. I have no problem there. But then you see, honestly, like, yeah, there's a bot army here, but look, it still only has a very small handful of likes, not a whole lot of views. I don't know what the impressions are, but the impression of the bots is nothing impressive. Nothing here is breaking 100 impressions. So not even the bot armies are really like getting engagement for anything. But like you read these posts, and number one, they're long-winded, and they all have like 0 spelling errors. That's like honestly like no spelling errors is a pretty good like showing of like botting essentially. Even Vidal programs spelling errors into Neurosama, so when Neurosama makes tweets, you'll sometimes notice spelling errors in her tweets because Vidal actually went out of his way to like program her to like do that. But you read this like, wow, I had no idea. Abukar Salim, no one would type out the full name. They just say Salim or something like that. Founded Surgeon Studios. Can't wait to see what Tales of Kinsera : Zhao. Like honestly, this should be abbreviated TKZ. That's what it should be, TKZ, right? That's what normal people would do to this game. The same way they did with like The Last of Us. They call it TLOU, TLU or something like that. Gamers will abbreviate long-winded titles like out of the gate. This is TKZ. No one's gonna actually type this out. Has in store for us on April 23rd. So they're mentioning the person who did the game, the name of the studio, the name of the game, and the release date. This is an ad, right? And it's the same thing here. Name. Let's see, and game. Let's see, game name. There's the developer name. There's the studio name. So you can see like all of the posts hit like at least 2 or 3 of like essentially advertising language. They're all either saying the game, a combination of the game name, the person who made it, the studio who made it, etc., or the release date. And they just go and go and go. And you notice that they're all like a paragraph. They're all like 2 sentences long. They're all roughly the same length. Nobody fucking types like this. Nobody does. In fact, I don't see them here, but are there any? I have seen bots where you can see the quotes on the quotation marks on the beginning and the end of the tweet. I've seen that as well. And and it's like it's really low effort, is what I'm trying to say. These bot armies are pretty easy to spot. They're saying like here on multiple platforms. I'm excited for the release of Tales of Kinzera Zhao on multiple platforms. So they're like advertising that it's multiple platform. Can't wait to see what Surgeon Studios has in store for us. They say like has in store for us is another common phrase you'll see. Can't wait to play Tales of Kinzera. Amok founded Surgeon Studios. I didn't know that. It's like these are so obvious. And look, but this is the crazy thing. They have there's one that has more than 100 impressions. Look at that. It's one of them. But they have no replies, no quote retweets, no likes, none of them. Look at this. Like, the bot armies are so lazy, they don't even bother liking and retweeting their own posts. You know? They all have the same kind of pictures. Like, look at the pictures as well. It's just like a person looking over their shoulder, looking at the cameras, looking over the shoulder, looking over the shoulder, looking over the shoulder. They all have, like, real picture, which I'm totally sure is not stock footage or AI generated. Looking over the shoulder, looking over. Look right here. Oh, that's the same person. See, she did 2 posts. Same person, Romilly and Romilly over here. It's like, and Master of the TDS has uncovered a ton of these bot armies all over Twitter, and they're all like basically deployed for shitty products. Like, you have a shitty product if you have these bot armies pushing them, essentially. Now, why am I talking about this bot army? Mainly because this game has basically been chosen as the herald against StellarBlade for the woke side of things. And so they're like touting that it's like the highest, it's the most trending thing on Steam right now and stuff like that. But if you look it up, like on Steam, the max concurrent players for this game was like not even 300 people. And as of like earlier today, when I checked it, it had like 98 people or something like that currently playing. So it's like nobody is playing. Nobody has bought this game. Nobody's playing this game, at least on Steam. And again, remember I said it was multi-platform, as that bot dutifully described. Even so, let's say that like 90% of the player base is on console because it's like part of the PS Plus store, or it's on Microsoft Games Pass where they basically get it for free. Let's say 90% of the player base is there, which is generous, right? That's still only like, if there's only 300, let's say 300 people that bought it on Steam, that's still only like, what, 2,700 people? Not even 3,000 people total? Like, nobody bought this game. Nobody's playing this game. Nobody gives a shit about this game. And yet, I guarantee, and not even the media people. Like, there's I don't know if I can find it now. I probably can't. But there was a game review site that went over it, and one of the guys was like, I really, really, really wanted to like this game, but I just didn't. It was just mediocre in every regard imaginable. So, yeah, this thing crashed and burned, essentially. And they were doing that up against StellarBlade. And now, going into StellarBlade, we can get into the StellarBlade controversy, which is the censorship stuff. I think, what do I have in regards to the censorship stuff? Do I actually have anything about that? I might just have to describe it. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? Let's just go over this.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here.
Let's do a. Oh, why is it off like that? What's going on here? There we go. Let's do a little Rev video here, because he does a really good job of succinctly and showing and compiling everything into one quick little video to go to. This was released earlier today, actually, so good timing. Let's get into this guy. Gaming is my favorite Chinese homosexual. You know, my dad used to have a joke. Oh, he still has a joke because he's a dad. Dad jokes never die. He said, "You know how Chinese people name their children? They drop a bunch of pots and pans onto the ground, and and they just record the noise. Ping pong pang. I always thought that was fucking hilarious. All right, let's get into this rev reaction here.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here. So yesterday we got the official release of StellarBlade, and the main topic of conversation that has stemmed out of that is the various aspects of the game that have been censored. Now, many bad actors on Twitter, whether it's regular users, game journalists...
There's actually two aspects that have been censored. And the one is the more obviously the most obvious one, which is like there were like two outfits where they added like a piece of cloth to cover up her cleavage a little bit, which internally is baffling because there are plenty of other costumes that show off her cleavage very prominently that weren't censored. There's also costumes that have like high cut swimsuit cut. They weren't censored either. So it's like, why were these two outfits specifically censored? It doesn't make any sense. There's no consistency in the decision. It's so bizarre. And then the other one, is the blood splatter. So like, if you play the demo, Eve would get covered in blood when she like executed like one of the bosses or something like that. But in the patched version, she doesn't get blood splatter on her. Like, it's very, very, very minor and almost impossible. It's very difficult to even notice it. So they really censored the blood. So those are the two things that were done.
Or content creators have been using this opportunity to not only justify but also celebrate these acts of censorship because it fulfills their own agendas. And this has gotten to a very toxic point where now...
Again, remember what I said about their agenda. Their agenda is power. That is it. There's no other motivation behind them other than the acquisition of power and dominance. That's it. If you look at it through that lens, things will start to kind of make sense.
Now, we are seeing literal bounties put on people's heads for simply pointing out the censorship of StellarBlade.
So this Toad Man here, whose account has been fully deleted already, put out, he literally said $20,000 to whoever makes Grums disappear, which is an actual like hit job. That is a direct call to violence against somebody. Like, that is fucking insane. Also, I have to say, 20K, that's fucking insulting. 20K is insulting. That's got to be at least 50. At least 50K. Come on. If I were Grums, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, 20K? Fuck. I would think I would be worth more than that if I were Grums. That's the only thing I would be offended by here is just the fucking low price tag.
This is how bad and how unhinged all of this has truly gotten. Now, if you want the full details on what is actually being censored, you can check out my video from Check
out this avatar too. It looks like a colored in soy jack. Like, come on.
How unhinged all of this has truly gotten. Now, if you want the full details on what is actually being censored, you can check out my video from yesterday. But to sum up the entire acts of censorship very quickly, there was a promise by ShiftUp only days before release that this game would be released uncensored. However, quickly after it was released, we'd see graffiti censored out of the game, we would see blood get censored, and we would even see the outfits being censored. And to explain the confusion surrounding some of these various outfits, this is the uncensored release that was on the physical copy that was unpatched. However, there was a day one patch that censored this outfit. And
yeah, you can see it. It's just like this little piece of black cloth which covers up like the cleavage up to about here, roughly. For whatever reason, this triangle is just nope. You can have full frontal nudity and POV sex scenes in Cyberpunk. You can have sex scenes and full frontal nudity in Baldur's Gate. You can have disturbing sex scenes in The Last of Us 2. But this little triangle, that's just, no, that's just beyond the pale, chat. Just no, you can't have it. You can't. It's too much. It's just too damn much. Just also, I couldn't help but notice. It's like, you notice that those 3 examples I just gave were Western developers, and yet this little triangle is being censored. It's from an Eastern developer. I really don't like throwing around istophobe terms. I really don't. But the pattern really heavily suggests just straight up xenophobia towards Asian developers. It really does seem that way. Where if you're from the West, anything goes. If you're from the East, we will neuter your product to some degree. That really does seem to be the case, which is fucking disgusting.
The same patch was already installed on the digital reviewer's copy that
also, I have to say, this outfit is hot.
was released.
I don't like this color though. It's got a bland dark gray color. Not a fan.
About a week ago. So this has been censored for quite some time, and it was done at the last minute. And in fact, since then we've seen other outfits be confirmed as censored as well.
Yeah, see, if this outfit, which is fucking hot by the way, they just put a piece of cloth that goes right down the middle here. It seems to literally be anti-cleavage, or at least like the cleavage from like the middle of the boob down, like. Because you see, like, the cloth here, it still exposes the top part of the cleavage. So for whatever reason, the middle and lower part of the cleavage are off limits. Make it make sense, chat. Please, for the love of God, make it make sense. I don't expect you to, because you can't. It's just, it hurts my brain to try to wrap my head around these decisions. It just doesn't make any sense.
Since then, we've seen other outfits be confirmed as censored as well, and this is something that has been confirmed by the director of Shift Up himself, and a lot of people have been critical of Sony and these.
Hey, there it is. This is allowed. This highly disturbing, completely naked, man on kind of man sex here, but from an Asian studio, no. Nope, not allowed. Not allowed. It's fucking bullshit.
Potential.
I prefer open boob window. Me too, Outlaw. Me too.
Influence they had on this censorship, and also the weird disparity between how they are censoring Stellar.
Want to know why? I'm gonna go back. Want to know why this is superior? It's because it exposes some underboob. Underboob is the most underrated thing in the world.
Or obscene, or just dark, or sexual, what have you. Now, there's been many reactions to what's going on with this situation, and a lot of people are trying to fix it. There is a big push, including petitions like this that I'll link in.
Yeah, Outlaw, they covered the pubic bone, basically. If I go back again, right here, you notice that the pubic bone, which is like right there, is exposed on this one, and they covered they brought the cloth down just enough to cover that pubic bone. So that's what it is there. Again, make it make sense. It makes no goddamn sense, especially since there are other outfits in the game that expose the pubic bone. You can see it better on this side, right there, that pubic bone. But yeah, it makes absolutely no sense at all. It's so bizarre. By the way, this this petition right here, I can actually bring it up. Let's see here. What do we got that's open? I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna post it in chat, and I'm also gonna look it up to see how many. Oh, that's right. Grumps got shadow banned. If you type in GRUMMZ in Twitter, his profile doesn't come up anymore. Because he got shadow banned. Because of course he did, right? It's fucking bullshit. Let me see here. I'm just gonna share this thread real quick. So Grums posted like this 8-step plan for FreeStellarBlade. The biggest one, in regards to us, is this one. No. Well, you could do this. You could talk to PlayStation. Honestly, you could using the FreeStellarBlade hashtag is important because Sony is very, very sensitive to things that are trending on social media. So if there's something trending that's negative directly towards them, that they notice that. But the big one is this right here, step 7. So this is the petition. Let's see where it's at. Okay, it passed 25,000. Wow, it's only been up for like a day and a half, and it's already got more than 25,000. I know it's cut off here. What he's going to do here, I'll post this link actually in the chat so you can go sign it. I encourage everybody to go sign it. There we go. But the goal here is to get this thing up to around 100,000, because what he's going to do is he's going to print these out onto physical paper, all the signatures, all the comments, everything, and then he is going to put those printed papers into file boxes, and then he's going to literally bring the file boxes to the physical offices of Shift Up in Korea and put it on their front desk. Because in Korea and in Japan, they actually have like customer visiting areas in their game studio offices, because it's still culturally preferred for them to interact face to face. So to them, face to face and physical mail goes way, way, way further than online petitions or digital or emails and stuff like that. So he's going to actually physically print these things out and bring them down to the Shift Up offices, and they're going to notice that. This is literally how Grums got Vanilla WoW created. He did this. This is exactly the same thing. This is the exact thing he did to convince them to create Vanilla WoW. So this works. This absolutely works. So I encourage everybody to sign this. It's doing gangbusters, but like all petitions, it gets like a big spike in the beginning and then it kind of slows down. So I encourage everyone here to try to, retweet it, spread the word, try to keep the momentum. The momentum's gonna slow down anyway, but if we can keep the momentum as high as possible, that'd be great. Because the longer this draws out, the less of a chance it's gonna, have an impact. But anyway, back to the video.
There is a big push, including petitions like this that I'll link in the description. They're trying to...
Okay, so he made this today. It was at 16,000 and change just a few hours ago, literally just a few hours ago. And like I just showed, it's got 11,000 more than just a few hours ago. So it's got good steam. It's got really good steam right now.
To get Shift Up and Sony to restore what they took away.
The airline better not lose the papers. No, it's going to all be printed out locally. It's going to be printed out like in Office Max, like a block away from the Shift Up studio, and then literally put in boxes and marched over to the office. He's already got volunteers lined up to do it. So actually sending a letter helps most. I don't have their address though. Oh, he provided that too. We go up right here. So here he explains like the Asian cultures, like they don't really care about what happens online. They care what happens physically. But here is their address. So it's First Child Studio, 4F, April Square, 55, 77 Jill. This, I don't know how to pronounce all this stuff, but this is the address right here. So if you go to Grums' Twitter, he can give you the address. So we'll see. Hopefully it makes a difference. And it can make a difference, by the way. We've had two recent examples, very recent examples. One, the Tomb Raider posters like the sexy posters that got removed in that patch are getting put back in because of fan speaking their minds about it. And the localization for Eludian Chronicles, that butchered as fuck localization, that is also getting a revamp because, again, of fan outcry. So your voices do matter. Don't be blackpilled. Do not blackpill. Don't do that.
Do this censorship and restore what people were promised with these uncensored releases. However, a lot of people, including some bad actors, have been trying to basically misrepresent what is going on and what people are actually complaining about. And what we're going to look at in this video, whether it's from game journalists, content creators, or Twitter users, is going to follow the narcissist prayer. Basically, you can see the evolution of someone trying to deflect blame, starting with, that didn't happen, and then ending with, well, it did happen, and you deserved it. Now, we've been seeing this first part for a while. That didn't happen. We've seen people for really months at this point say over and over again, there's no censorship of StellarBlade, this isn't happening. Well, now we have confirmation that it is happening, and people are readjusting and moving on to the next step, saying, and if it did happen, well, it wasn't that bad. And they're accomplishing that by trying to intentionally misrepresent what people are complaining about. So beginning with Alyssa, the Kotaku editor here, she says this is about pubic bones. Imagine growing up and learning this is what your dad was doing rather than having a catch with you. And since Alyssa has daily tweets...
Says the childless fucking freak. You know? The fucking childless freak. Grums also, by the way, has a wife and kids. You know, because he's a normal human. Whereas Alyssa is not a normal human. She is a genetic dead end.
Crying about elder male figures. We all know this is just projection right here. But she's trying to say this is about pubic bones that are being censored with these updated outfits. Here's another tweet saying, LOL, they're turning on StellarBlade because they can't see her vagina. Here's another one saying the fact that the newest StellarBlade talking point is that the usual crowd thinks removing the MC's camel toe is censorship should really tell you what their fixation has always been about. And down you can see some replies to that original thread where someone says this: the fact that you think Shay is saying no one is allowed to be horny and not that fix isn't censorship, and the people complaining about the fix need to just admit that they want to be horny is very funny. These people are trying to claim that what's happening is not censorship, when literally everything that's going on, all of the points we made earlier in the video, fit the definition of censorship to a T. Now, of course...
This is what they did to racism, by the way. The word racism. How they redefined racism to the weird leftist, the whole power plus privilege sociology definition. It's the same tactic where they use your vocabulary, but they have your definition and they have their definition, and they will deploy. It's like Schrodinger's definition. They will deploy whatever definition helps their cause, essentially. Again, they don't care about principles or truth or anything like that. All they care about is power.
Of course, all these people are misrepresenting what people are actually mad about and what they're complaining about. They were falsely advertised to. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things about it, actually, is that the censorship, all that stuff will be bad enough, but it's heavily exacerbated by the fact that Shift Up said they made the statement that they would. This statement right here offers the same uncensored version in all countries, including the Japanese version. This was posted on April 21st, days before the release. You know, this is a problem for them.
They were promised this would be an uncensored release, and now this game has been censored on multiple levels. Not just the outfits, but other aspects of the game that none of these people are acknowledging. And they are so desperate in their attempt to own the gamer chuds on Twitter that they will literally celebrate and excuse acts of censorship and false advertising.
Remember how I said that they would burn the world to ash if it means they could rule over it? This is a microcosm of that mentality, where they're like, yeah, the censorship is totally fine. We like the censorship. We're totally fine with the censorship, or we don't care about the censorship. Whatever side the chuds, our enemies, have taken, we take the opposite side for the sake of gaining power over them. That's it. And again, if that means censorship, if that means destruction, then so be it.
It's pathetic. But now we move on to the next stage, basically saying, well, even if this did happen, it's not a big deal. It's nothing to worry about. So here's an example of that coming from an artist from the gaming industry, someone who is consistently talking about Mark Kern, and they're doing so here with screenshots of his petition that is going around.
This is an artist that worked on Riot Games, by the way.
And he says this, "Oh my god, please, I can't laugh anymore. My sides, my effing sides. Does this guy have kids? A family? Is there..."
Yes, he does. He has both of those things.
Anything that feeds his soul in any way. I don't know, man. I'm so fascinating. He's trying to say I'm so fascinated by this level of sadness. Like, please work on your grammar. But anyways, this guy...
I'm so fascinated by this level of sadness. That's projection. Again, remember the ironclad rule of leftist projection. Everything that they accuse you of, they are themselves guilty of doing. But it's like, have you ever met a leftist activist that was happy? I mean, I haven't. You know, this is a projection and a cope.
Guy's trying to say that Mark Kern is a loser for caring about these things. You know, it's not very shocking that Mark Kern, a longtime member of the gaming industry and someone who is very passionate about this stuff, would care about censorship in the industry. But he's somehow a loser for calling this stuff out, but you're not a loser for tweeting about this guy daily. You look at this guy's account, every single day there's a round of tweets containing screenshots of Mark Kern's tweets, and he's complaining about him. It's every single day. There's absolutely no self-awareness. And also keep in mind, this is the same...
Again, doesn't that sound like a sad person? Like a fucking Twitter reply guide of Mark Kern? That's, again, this level of sadness, he's describing himself. 100% he's describing himself.
Guy who, when confronted about the fact that Eastern character designs are typically more attractive than Western character designs and asked, how is this happening? He responds...
Oh yeah, this is not a reply to the context of this exchange right here is about ugly characters. I think this was the Star Wars Outlaws thing, where the female lead of Star Wars Outlaws by Ubisoft looks like a fucking Team America puppet. And he wrote this really long fucking diatribe going into all the technical issues that it takes, that and like why they can't seem to make a pretty girl. Essentially, like it's the West is like technologically incapable of doing it, which, you know, and then this guy basically said, well, why don't any of the Eastern developers have these problems? And they operate on fractions of the budget that Western developers do. What are you fucking talking about? You're obviously, this is the thing. It's really obvious that they're doing one of two things. Either A, they're incompetent at their jobs, or B, they're just lying. So it's like, you're not really giving yourself a successful out here. Like, you're either incompetent or you're a liar. Neither of those things are good. You're just digging yourself a deeper and deeper hole here by doing this shit.
Responded with this. Yeah, we can go to the fetishization of plastic, reductive, and hypersexualization of pixels after I'm done cleaning my bathroom from all the diarrhea I had today. And he also made this tweet.
What the fuck? The What? If his goal was to make us laugh, I mean, he accomplished it with me, but what the fuck, dude? Like, how... Again, it goes towards credibility and professionalism here. Like, he basically just did this long diatribe about why he can't do his job as good as Eastern developers do with a much lower budget. And then he goes and, like, mouths off like a real unprofessional person. You know what I mean? It's like, this is the caliber of people we have developing games here in the West, ladies and gentlemen.
When someone asked about, you know, the prospect of him losing his job, and he said this: I won't lose my job because I have many friends that I can, and also that he can give sexual favors to these people that will preserve his job. Very normal person, obviously.
Is he directly acknowledging the rampant nepotism and incestuous nature of the gaming industry? Which was literally the entire original Gamergate controversy. That was the whole center of the original Gamergate controversy, was the nepotism and literal sexual favors for getting ahead in the industry. And he's just like, yeah, it's still a thing. Like, yeah, great.
But in that original thread we just looked at here, another artist would ask this: as an artist, you should be against censorship on principle.
They don't have principles. This is the third time I said it this stream now. They don't operate on principles. Principles requires a moral paradigm. They don't have a moral paradigm. Everything is nested within a spectrum of power. What they do is they basically take whatever tactics will result in giving them power, and then they marry those tactics to a moral framework. So their tactics become morally good, no matter what they are, whether it be violent or hypocrisy, lying, whatever. It becomes good because it's helping them achieve their goal. But as tactics change, so do their morals, which is why they are never consistent on anything.
Where this artist replied saying, yeah, I am. I've had my own designs changed after release, or things goofed around with by other developers after we released them. I don't really get bent out of shape about it though. It's just a thing that happens. He doesn't care when his stuff gets censored or altered. It's just a thing that happens.
Talk about someone who doesn't give a fuck about their own work. Like, how could you give up on your own artistic integrity to that level? Like, it's fucking disgusting.
Cares? This dude made this thread a week ago, complaining about how some of his designs were altered when he was working for various gaming companies. And when describing his feelings about these alterations, he says, I was pissed about this.
I mean, to be fair, the right does look better. But I would rather the left side be the official, because that was the artist's vision. And this is good. This is still really fucking good. You know, this one is just, you know, the biggest change you can see is the nose. You see how the nose is much more prominent here than it is here. They basically just kind of softened the features and made it more. You can see it also with the chin, this chin fold here. It's a lot more subtle here. They basically just softened the features a bit, made it more feminine, which, you know, I can also see, but I would still side with Michael, honestly, because this looks fine, you know, and I don't like censorship.
So you do care. This was made days ago. I don't know if these people have the memory of a goldfish or something, or they really are just lacking self-awareness to that degree. But these people are unbelievable hypocrites. There's nothing consistent about them whatsoever. And it's definitely expressed in interactions like this. We've seen other people here saying, holy shit, this is the single most embarrassing thing I've ever seen, referring to the petition, where Savvy makes a very good point. Do you support this as well? Are your views consistent? Talking about censorship of LGBT content from Saudi Arabia.
So this what they're talking about here is in Spider-Man 2, there's that row of flags in one of the city alleyways or something like that, and every flag is like one of the fucking like disgusting, like, you know, pastel colored fucking like pride flags that's like each one for a different sexuality. It's cringy as fuck. It's really fucking stupid. And there's like a row of them, and there's like one flag per sexuality in like the US version. But in Saudi Arabia, they're all just American flags. So, in fact, I don't know if you remember that mod. There was a mod that got released for Spider-Man 2 that was basically like removes all the LGBTQ content. Like, that's what it did, and it got banned from Nexus Mods. And you want to know what that mod actually did? It just basically just switched it to use the Saudi Arabia coding or the Middle East coding instead of the Western coding. So it basically just made it the Middle Eastern version of the game. So they didn't actually modify any assets. They literally just changed the locale of the game to be Middle East. So it would be all American flags and no gay shit. That's what the mod was. Which is a very big self-own, honestly. Which would have been normal in New York, yeah. The face looks more like the white highlights, but it's still good. Yeah, exactly. Go back to this. This is good. I would have been totally fine with this. I think this is better, but I think that this, because on principle, I don't like censorship, and this looks fine. If it was egregiously manly, it's like, bro, Ilya's a woman. Isn't her name like Ilania, something like that? I don't play her very much. But this looks totally fine, you know. And yes, that's what I was saying. Like, you could see, like, you look at the shadow, like, of her cheekbone here versus here. You see it here versus here. Like, it's dark right here. It's not as dark here. The chin doesn't have this dark bit right there. And the nose is the most striking difference. The nose is obviously smaller. I don't really see much of a... Actually, is there a difference with the mouth? It's hard to... I can't really see much of a difference with the mouth, though. But yeah, they basically just feminize... They feminize the face by like 2 or 3%. Just a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit. Honestly, it's so subtle, what's the point? This looks fine. And I'm not an artist, you know? I'm just... You know, I have a kind of an idea. I'm not an artist. I'm sure that artists could speak better to it, but... Anyway, I don't want to get bogged down here.
Are your views consistent? Talking about censorship of LGBT content from Saudi Arabia. Now, of course, again, if you want to talk about embarrassing, this person refers to themselves as an it. I don't know, but let's move on.
What? It doesn't even use they, them. It calls himself an it. Okay, if that's the case, oh my God. Cripplingly homosexual. God. I mean, this person is dehumanizing themselves. Just, why bother just even caring about a creature like this? But here, look at the background. One of those ugliest fuck pastel flags is in the background here. I don't know what it means. Only the people that are in this weirdo cult know what this means. Looks like fucking Laffy Taffy colors.
To the next stage of the narcissist prayer, we're going on the stage of, well, if it did happen, well, it's not my fault. I'm not to blame for this. And we see this reflected in another tweet that Keith has made about Mark Kern. Keith has been riding Mark Kern like he's trying to win the Kentucky Derby, okay? He has been absolutely obsessed with him. Every single time Mark Kern takes a breath, this guy's fingers are already moving on the keyboard to make another tweet about him. It's actually...
I keep thinking this guy's name is Mighty Queef. I can't get it out of my head. I just see this and I see Mighty Queef. But this guy is the same as that last guy who was like a pathetic like Mark Kern reply guy.
Insane. So he says this.
The pansexual pride flag. What the fuck does pansexual mean? Does it mean like you'll fuck anything? Red and orange is a new one. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like every day there's a fucking new one. Every time, you know, every time a new flag is made, a TikTok psychopathic gender ideologist gets its wings. The 6-color pride flag. I can't keep track of the fucking flag anymore. It's the stupidest flag ever made. I take that back. There's a few United States city flags. There's some city flags in the United States that most city flags in the United States look god awful. But yeah, the color palette of the modern pride flag is truly a disgusting sight to behold.
Grum's being shadow banned on a website that prides itself on free speech should tell you all there is to know about the guy as a person. This is also crazy behavior over some video game panties. I've heard nothing but positive things about StellarBlade.
The narrative is already shifting. Suddenly, there's nothing to criticize about StellarBlade. All of a sudden, all of that criticism, all of that trying to get the game canceled and all this other shit, all of this hullabaloo about StellarBlade, it's all gone now. The narrative just vanished. It just changed. It's all positive things about StellarBlade. What are you talking about, man? You see the fucking evil, these gaslighting liars just engage in they just engage in this vile behavior so casually. It's fucking crazy. Like, I fucking hate it. I hate these people, man.
Crazy grift.
You found that information from a Volvo group? What the fuck? Well, I mean, I would assume Volvo was woke. I mean, every car company is woke. Except maybe Tesla. I'm trying to think of anything else. Yeah, Tesla's... Ironically, that the EV leader of the country is the probably like one of the only non-woke car manufacturers out there. What do pride flags mean? God, who cares?
Now, of course, once again, trying to misdirect what's actually happening here and what people are complaining about, but also this point about being shadow banned on Twitter.
I can't imagine. I can't get this out of my head. I can't imagine being so self-absorbed, so narcissistic, so insecure about myself that I need a flag that represents my very specific sexuality and sexual preferences. Like, the level of narcissism in that is baffling to me. It's so baffling to me.
Twitter as proof that you're a bad person or a stupid person. What are you talking about? You can literally drop a curse word on Twitter and you might get shadow banned for a month. It means absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Melody Mac has been dropping faggot for months now. She's been dropping that left and right. And she hasn't been banned. Not to mention, oh yeah, dude, Melanie is like single-handedly bringing that one back. Bringing back one back. I actually think that retard is, for the most part, reclaimed. Like, I see it get used all the time now. It's like, we're back, baby. Like, we get to use retard again, I think. I use it. Hell, I even it was an accident. I actually used it on a work call the other day, and nobody batted an eye. So I think that one's back in the zeitgeist, but lads, I think we're good to go on that one. Also, when it comes to this StellarBlade thing, I don't know if he's going to bring it up. If he brings up the hard R thing, I don't know.
On Twitter. But in the replies, someone corrected him and said it's not about sexy outfits, it's about censorship.
Exactly. That the blood splatter is the evidence of that. Like, if it was just about sexy outfits, that would be the only thing that would be crying about. That would be the lowest common denominator. But it's not. Censorship is the lowest common denominator, which is because the blood is a problem too. So, I think it's coming back. I think when it isn't being used to make fun of someone's actual disability, it's good. Oh yeah, absolutely, 100%. Again, it's like, again, they don't. I don't know how to put this into words. There's a lot of words that, like, this is another thing about, like, the leftist imperial project of, like, cultural colonization across the globe, where they take their, like, sensibilities towards certain words and they want to impose it on literally everybody else across the planet. Like, a good example of this would be the word cunt. That has, like, a really harsh, insulting meaning here in the West, but in Australia, it's just like saying dude. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even an insult in Australia. So it's like, who the fuck are a small cadre of mentally ill weirdos in California to dictate the sensibilities towards certain words across the planet? Like, again, the narcissism, the arrogance of such a thing. It's fucking gross.
Reply saying, I can agree. I would rather no censorship be in place. But it's always that. I normally don't care about censorship. I don't want censorship to happen. But as soon as you hear the but, you know you're about to hear something really stupid. So He says, but complaining about seeing 40% titty instead of 50% titty is some incredibly weirdo shit to complain about. Like, you couldn't waterboard that info out of me. Now, of course, we've seen this sort of logic many times on Twitter with the StellarBlade discourse. People saying, oh, you hate the censorship.
By the way, it's hard to see, but this outfit right here, I think this is like the hottest fucking outfit in the whole game. It's like this frilly, it's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of Tifa Lockhart's swimsuit from the new Final Fantasy game. It's like this frilly, like, maid kind of swimsuit. But, like, look at the cut on this thing. Like, it goes all the way up to her side boob. You know? So, like, why is this totally fine, but the hip has to be covered up over here? Like, what? It doesn't make any sense. Anti-gay when it was, you know, some messages don't show up on the display. Yes, YouTube has auto filters. Basically, I mean, mine is on the lowest one, but it's there. So if you're typing in some spicy words, will get filtered out. Outlaw. So I've run into it too on other people's streams, but just want to make sure you saw it. DM me or just throw it. Yeah, DM me on Discord or something like that. Yeah, DM it to me on Discord. I mean the message Chili. What? So I'm guessing you typed something into the YouTube chat, hit enter, and it didn't show up, right? Oh, do you mean this display here on the actual, like, above my head on the screen? Is that what you mean? Oh, hang on. Let me see. I don't actually usually read that one. I'm usually reading the actual chat in OBS. So, let's see if you see no problem. Crap, you scrolled up too far. I can't see it anymore. That's interesting. There's a live chat at the top. I think it is on live chat. Yeah, it's on live chat. Okay. Queer, for example, is very interesting. The actual meaning is different, weird, because hyper-feminine males were all, for intents and purposes, different. Yeah, the weird queer has always, like, confused me, because the Q in LGBTQ stands for queer, and yet they get offended when they get called queer. It's like, what? You refer to yourselves as it. Like, it's in the name. It's so bizarre. And it's also weird that they lump in all these other identities, like LGBTQ, you know, but, like, the Q, queer, can actually encompass all of it and make it much more easy to say. And it would include everything, pretty much. It would include trans, because trans isn't a sexuality, which is why it doesn't belong in the acronym to begin with. That's why LGB without the T is like a thing. So yeah, see, you notice your last two messages, Outlaw, aren't showing up in the chat above my head on the screen, but they are showing up in my feed here. So I think that's why I don't even. That's interesting. I bet it's filtering out the word queer. I bet that's what it's doing. And I think anti-gay is also getting filtered out. I think that's what it's doing. So I don't know on what end it's doing that to. Does it show up? Let me bring up my YouTube feed. Oh, it's not showing. Oh, that's interesting. It's not showing up in the live. Let me turn on live chat here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it comes up in the live chat here on my YouTube live stream, but it doesn't show up above my head. So I wonder where it's being filtered out. Is it an OBS setting? Huh. Unless unless I need to change it actually in. Hang on, let me. No. I don't know. I think it because I don't know how to change the display above my head to be live chat because it defaults to top chat. I don't know how to change it to live chat in OBS because when you change it to live chat, it shows up. So I'll have to like research that. Weird, very weird. But anyway, I'll look into that. I'll look into that. But I'm seeing your messages though. I'm still seeing them, even if they're not showing up above my head. Anyway, let's continue here. Move this out of the way.
Just go watch porn. Oh, you're so obsessed with these titties. You're a weirdo. And
I fucking hate that. These are the same people that are like celebrate, the horniness in Hades 2. They celebrate the almost unconsensual sexual relationships that are pushed in Baldur's Gate 3. They applaud the POV sex in Cyberpunk. They applaud the gross scene in The Last of Us 2, and then they call us the porn addicts. It's like, again, the ironclad rule of leftist projection. It never fucking fails. Never fails. This is like the safe horny argument all over again.
And of course, you can reply with this absolutely golden interaction, basically saying your obsession with the anatomy of people, the fact that you can't see anything with a hint of sexuality without having like these compulsive thoughts, that's on you. Don't get mad at me because I can just look at something and not immediately have these crazy hyper reactions to the slightest bit of sexuality in a video game character.
Yeah, he's speaking to this weird thing where it's like, for some reason, the detractors, the people who are like pro this StellarBlade censorship, they think that they equate beauty with porn, which is really weird. Like, that's really fucking weird. It almost makes me think like the only place where they see pretty people is in porn, but in real life they're just surrounded by ugly fucking creatures. You know what I mean? So like they just like their brain is just associated like the only place where you find beautiful people is in pornography. You know what I mean? It's really fucking bizarre.
But moving on,
because like they always say like this is when they make all their ugly characters, it's like, oh, we're just reflecting the world around us. It's like, how ugly is the world around you, dude? I see beautiful people every fucking day, and I stay inside my house all the fucking time. I see beautiful people, giving me my fucking donuts at the Dunkin' Donuts. I see beautiful people every day when I, not every day, but many days of the week when I go to the gym. I go to the gym, I see at least like 6 or 7 beautiful women that are like 8s, 9s, and sometimes there's a 10. Like, what world are these people living in where their everyday experience is just surrounded by ugliness? It's like, that's not normal. It is not normal to be surrounded by below average, mediocre, ugly people everywhere you go. Like, what kind of weird culty fucking sheltered existence are you living in to think that's the normal world? Because it's just fucking not. I'm a straight male, and almost all the characters I play a female. Me too. Also, High Trail Hiker. I do that too. I almost always play. I mean, I'm playing on my playthrough for Rise of the Ronin. I'm playing as a female. I do that pretty much all the time. All of my Cyberpunk playthroughs have been female. Back when I played World of Warcraft, my main character was a Blood Elf, female. Yeah, I do that too. I prefer the aesthetic of pretty girls. It doesn't mean that I create a character and then immediately yank my pants down and, rub out some knuckle children to it. Like, you can appreciate the aesthetic without it being just fucking jack-off material. It's fucking weird. These people have such a weird mentality where they just equate beauty with porn. I don't understand it. That would require wearing pants. Fucking touche, outlaw. I'm glad that my model is chest up right now.
And someone asked the perfect question. Why change it if it doesn't matter? That pretty much can be asked of all these people talking about the censorship.
Yes, it is such an easy, the whole, like, it doesn't, like, why do you care? Why does it matter? These are the easiest arguments to rebuttal, because you can literally just mirror the question back at them. It's like, well, if it doesn't matter, then why did you change it in the first place? Obviously it matters, or else you wouldn't have put in the effort to change it. The thing is, the people who claim that it doesn't matter are the people who got their way. Whoever is in favor of the current status quo will diminish and claim things don't matter because they don't want things to change, because the status quo is in their favor right now. Because the other thing is like, oh, so that means it wouldn't matter at all to you if they changed it back? You know, that's another way to ask the question. It's such an easy argument to turn around on them.
If this stuff doesn't matter, if these little things don't actually matter, then why would you change it in the first place? Where Keith replies saying, why are you asking me this? I have no control over it. Well, actually, you do have control over it.
Thank you, Trail Hiker. I appreciate the subscription. And welcome in. You just stumbled across me. I very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate it.
You have large accounts, and you've been supporting censorship of things you don't like. Of course you have control over it. You're supporting what's happening. You can actually raise...
Yeah, see, he just said it. He just said, yeah, you're in support of what's happening, therefore you diminish what has happened, essentially. He just mirrored my talking point. Only people who are in favor of the status quo try to diminish and say things don't matter.
Raise your voice and try to do something to stop this censorship, but you don't want to because it doesn't fit your agenda. And we've seen people raise this who cares, right? With the Tomb Raider released recently by Crystal Dynamics, when they're removing these posters in the background. Small change, but why do it? And you see people saying, why do you guys care? Well, why do you care that...
Are they going to complain because they're putting those posters back in? I think they already have, actually. They put the posters back in. I need to look into that, actually. I want to see if there's people complaining that they put the posters back in. Because that'd be oh so sweet to see.
They were there in the first place. Why'd you have to remove them? And in fact, talking about, what can I do? Well, people have complained about this, and guess what? They restored it. They went back on the censorship. So you can do something, you just don't want to. Even if it's hard, you can still point it out, even if it's something that you personally don't care for in a game, without having to call people weirdos or excuse censorship because it fits your agenda. But moving on, we are going to the next aspect of this, really the end. We're going to skip right to this last one saying, well, it did happen and you deserved it. Or, well, it did happen, but it's actually better. So we have a lot of tweets like this saying, if you actually saw a woman in real life, you'd realize that they actually made the outfit more attractive. First off, projection as usual. But
yep, projection. This is why I like reacting to Rev videos. I think he's going to be a regular on these React streams because I'm like, I pause it, say something, and then I unpause it, and then he just says the same thing I just said, which is very selfishly affirming. It's only dirty if you think it's dirty. Yeah, it's like it's a subjective thing, which is why that's the thing. Like the whole thing on the subjectivity of like whether or not it is or isn't more attractive to do this isn't the point. The point is that they promised they released the demo. The demo had certain things, like the blood splatter all over E's body, right? It's a rated M. It's a rated M for mature game. And then they released a statement like 2 days before release, 2 or 3 days. StellarBlade will be uncensored globally, right? And then they patch it and censor it. You know what I mean? So it's like we have the before and after, and we have the promise and the breaking of that promise. You know, that's the problem. Like, your subjective opinion about whether or not it's hot or not is irrelevant to this argument.
But here's the thing, okay? They're trying to say that this is actually better. Adding the black lace here behind the outfit is making it more attractive. First of all, that's your subjective opinion. Some people will agree with you, some people will disagree. While that is a subjective opinion, here is an objective fact. They advertised this game as something that was uncensored.
See what I mean? He just did it again. I pause the video, I say a thing, I unpause, and he says the thing I just said.
They went off and censored this game. That is what people have an issue with. I don't understand why you're so obsessed with justifying this. Why are you intentionally missing the point so much to the point where you're celebrating these changes? These changes that go against promises. You're saying it's actually better.
Because it's a power play. Again, I think this is the 4th time in the stream. They don't have principles. They don't have moral paradigms. All they do is they have tactics to gain power, and then they marry a moral system to those tactics to make the tactics themselves a morally righteous action. And as the tactics change to gain power, so do the morals. That's why they're never consistent. That's why they're always contradictory. That's their perspective. It's all a power play.
Insane. And it's only based on your subjective view while you ignore the objective reality of what is wrong with this situation. And here's another one. Do
you think Shift Up knew that Sony was going to censor it and came out and made a statement beforehand promising uncensored? Gosh, it's really hard to know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know how, because if Sony did the censoring unilaterally, that means that they would have to have full access to all the source code as well as model assets. But it's like, well, who made the model assets? It would have been Shift Up, right? But then if they made the model asset, why does the asset that is, shows more cleavage, shows more hip, why was that shown if they had the completed model for the censored version, ready to go? And in that interview where someone in the audience questioned the CEO of Shift Up about whether or not, about the censorship issue, and he said that the swims, the model that's in the patched version is the version they intended from the very beginning, essentially. But it's just that sounds like a coerced statement to me. It sounds like, to me, it's my fully speculative position is that it seems that Sony has a boot on Shift Up's neck, and they're making them do stuff that they don't want to do. I don't know who actually did the censorship, because again, if Sony did it unilaterally, that means they would have had to have access to source codes. The models would have to already been done. I don't even know that either, because adding a strip of cloth you can do in a couple hours. I think it doesn't take much to do that. I don't think. But I'm not a modeler. I'm not a game developer. I don't know what it would take to create the censored version from the original uncensored version. What's the timeline for that? I don't know what that timeline is. So it's hard to get a grasp on who's responsible for what, but I feel like it should be, I think the ire should be directed towards Sony and not Shift Up. That's my gut instinct on this. Let me see. It should require someone to do something, and since everything is going through Sony, and the only way to get out from it would be for Shift Up to promise the game as intended and put the blame on Sony, who forced it. Yeah, I thought about that too. I was thinking, did they know that the censorship was coming, and they could actually have an avenue to decensor it by releasing a statement saying that it wouldn't be censored? because then you're running into potential false advertisement lawsuits. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Like, again, I don't know enough about the law in that regard. I don't know enough about the law in general, to be honest. But I don't know, like, what the, like, how, like, if that's a legitimate argument that could be brought up in, like, a court case. I don't know. Like, for false advertisement, I don't know, like, what the thresholds are there. I mean, it seems pretty cut and dry on the face, but again, American legal system, and we're talking international because this is a Korean developer headquartered in Korea, dealing with an American company. You know, Sony moved their headquarters to California. They're an American company now. You know, so there's like international laws. I don't have nowhere near the expertise to be able to speculate on that kind of stuff. But I almost wonder if that statement was made to basically give them leverage over Sony at some point. You know what I mean? Like they knew the censorship was coming, and if they make this promise and that the promise is broken, and then they put the blame is on Sony, well, now Sony's on the hook. You know what I mean? So I almost wonder if Shift Up put out that statement to, to win the long game. You know what I mean? The only way out from under it would be to Shift Up to promise the game is intended and put the blame on Sony who forced it. Yeah. It's unconstitutional, though, if developer thinks they need to put something in the game from their imagination, that they should have the right to do it. Agreed, 100%. Especially, it's an M-rated game. And, what happened to my model? Did everything? Uh-oh. I'm frozen. That's not good. What's going on? Oh, he woke up. Oh, okay. Other things they need to put something in the game from their imagination that they should have the right to do it. Yeah, and especially since it's an M-rated game, and the rating was given for the original uncensored version with all the blood splatter and the cleavage and those select outfits. That got the M rating. It's like there is absolutely no legal excuse to get away with censoring an M-rated game. You know what I mean? Because there's like literally like outside of like, showing like dick going in and out of pussy, and getting like a hardcore AO rating, there's really minimal restriction on the game at that point. So yeah, I agree with you completely, Trail. Not a whole lot of effort since they aren't building new assets, it's just modifying what exists. I mean, I guess, but they would have to build that asset. You saw, it's not just like a plain black cloth. It's like this lacy, partially see-through kind of pattern. So again, I just don't know. I don't know the inner workings of game development to be able to speak to that. Like a chess move and the way to anticipate the be public first. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of leaning that way too, because the way that like the StellarBlade or the Shift Up studio head speaks, he speaks like a gamer. You know what I mean? Like at his heart, he's still a gamer, which is like an attitude that is completely gone from Western game development, where the higher ups, none of them are gamers. They're just professional CEOs and pencil pushers and spreadsheet analyzers, and that's all they do. They don't give a fuck about gamers and gaming at all. They just care about making money, so it's all just spreadsheets and line must go up bullshit. Whereas in the East and in Korea and stuff like that, even the heads of the studios still actually have a passion for gaming. So I could see him absolutely like, you know what, I'm totally on the gamer side, but I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place with Sony here. But if I do this, I can give the gamers and our studio leverage, if the game is successful, to undo the censorship. So I feel like they might have just like tried to play a long game. And do the same thing with their graphics. Done? Did the same. Done. What is done? Do you mean Dune? I don't know what that is. People buying a record play music that says explicit content, then you play it, and is bleeding on it. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, Dune. Oh, is this? Is this the Spice War, like RTS kind of game that they came out with recently? Is that out? I think it's out. I'm at work, so I'm text to talking. I'm sorry about this. Totally, it's fine, Trail. You're totally cool. You're totally cool. No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Absolutely, you're totally fine. I can record play music that says explicit content you can play and it's bleeding on it. I think that's a typo too. I don't know that one. But I think I get to what you're saying. Basically, it's as simple as they promise one thing and deliver another. That's the simplicity of it. They promise something as a means of advertising the thing, and then they don't deliver on it. You know what I mean? It's that simple. Like, bleeping on it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Tuxedo. Yeah. Exactly. We can come up with examples and hypotheticals endlessly, but what it really boils down to is you advertise one thing, you deliver something else. It's pretty damn simple, you know. But anyway, let's this video is almost over. Let's wrap this up.
Hinted at this earlier in the video. So Mark Kern was pointing out some of the outfits that were uncensored, and you can use them as a reference point to see what is being changed by the day one patch. And this user says $20,000 to anyone that makes this dipshit disappear. And Flash here asks a question, isn't this a crime? And I will
I mean, yeah, that's a fucking crime. It's a direct solicitation for assassination. That is a serious fucking crime. And like I said at the beginning of the video, 20K? What a fucking loser. Like, that's got to be at least 100K. At least 100K. That's insulting. I'd be insulted if I were Mark. Only worth 20K. Really? That's fucking lame. That's fucking rookie numbers, man. I don't think so. I'll be translators. No. You will. You'll like it, Hill Trail. You'll like it here.
Answer by saying yes. This is essentially trying to basically get a hit on someone. This is absolutely insane behavior. These are people making genuine threats to someone else on their life.
He's not even making threats. He's not making threats. He's such a chicken shit coward that he won't do it himself, so he's commissioning someone else to do it for him. Like, he's not even just threatening him. He's not even threatening him to do it himself. He's such a bitch and a coward.
Over calling out censorship of a video game. That is happening, by the way. This is happening. It's not like this is some tinfoil hat conspiracy. These acts of censorship are actually happening, and you want someone game-ended over calling it out. And these are the normal people, right? And of course, realizing the severity of what they just said, this person would delete the tweet, private their account, and then eventually deactivate. And, good luck to you. Hopefully you don't catch any charges from this situation, because that...
Yeah, I mean, that is a chargeable offense, I think. I think that actually you can bring charges on something like that, because that was such a blatant, direct, cut and dry solicitation of assassination. Like,
that is some very, very serious stuff that they were saying about Mark Kern. Now, that's going to do it for this video. That's where we're at with the...
All right. That's the end of that video. Inflation, my dude. But yeah, that's the current state of the StellarBlade Discord. And like I said, scroll up in the chat. Actually, I might still have it here. Yep. I'll post it again. That again is the link to the petition to #FreeStellarBlade, reverse the censorship, go back to the original with all the blood splatter, cleavage, etc. And Mark is, if we can get up to around 100,000 signatures, Mark is going to print out the petition, every single signature, into lists, print it out on reams of paper, put those reams of paper inside of file boxes, and then physically march those file boxes full of petition signatures into the Shift Up office and plop it down on the front desk and say, this is a message from the fans. That will go a long way. Again, this is the exact way that Mark got Vanilla WoW created. Is he did this exact same thing. If this could work on a massive studio like Blizzard for a massive game like World of Warcraft, it could work on Shift Up. Again, don't black pill. You can make a difference. Hell, why do you think these activists on the left become journalists and stuff like that? It's so that they can gain influence and make a difference. Because they know that if they scream loud enough, they can make a difference. Well, you can too. You can too. We can too. We can too. I'm doing what I can on my tiny little silly VTuber channel here. But you can make a difference. We can all make a difference. So, okay. I think that's enough serious stuff. I think we're going to end it on one last fun, lighthearted, silly article. So, let me hide this. Let's bring up... there's Outlaws. Do I have any other funny ones? If I have two, I'll do two. Get that one. Jesus. That's another funny yet fucked up one. Oh, actually, real quick. Let me do this other more serious one real quick first. Let's see here. Let me bring this back up. So, this was posted on April 20th. So breaking. This is from Freedom Piper. Just kind of follows stuff going on. He's basically just a right-wing tweeter. That's all he is. Says breaking in a landmark 9-0 ruling on Wednesday. So this was Wednesday of the week of the 20th. So this was like a week and a half ago. That you will never hear about in the media. The U.S. Supreme Court has undercut all DEI-based discrimination, sending the Marxists into a tizzy. The U.S. Supreme Court's ruling that a St. Louis police sergeant can sue over a job transfer she claims was discriminatory lays the foundation for legal action against employers who push discrimination against white people in job hiring, work assignment, and promotion. Those diversity-preferred job postings, the practice of passing over whites for promotions, discriminatory job offers, pushing unfair diversity trainings, etc., all of these are now legally actionable. The ruling was championed by human rights groups as an enormous win for workers, but has lawyers for companies like Disney warning that it could have a chilling effect on employers' diversity initiatives. Disney's pale and male is stale policy is a prime example. That's not an official policy. So pale and male is stale is like it's like a mantra that's just kind of spoken about in Hollywood circles, like studio execs and stuff like that. It's not like a written policy though. Let's see here. There's a lot of chats going on. Great stories. I find people I have to concentrate on what I'm doing. You guys have a great night. Definitely be back next time if I have time during the night. You're on. I will pop back in. Absolutely. I stream. I stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. I do gaming streams. I also do gaming streams on Saturdays, but every other Saturday, I do a reaction stream like this. So 2 weeks from today, I will be doing another one of these. And honestly, if the things that get posted in the Discord get frequent enough, I'll do it every Saturday, honestly. Because these are probably the funnest streams that I do. Anyway. But yeah, you're definitely welcome back. I look forward to seeing you again, Trail. Hope you have a good rest of your day, night, wherever you're at. Policy and practice, not writing. Policy and practice, not writing. Sounds good. I'll check. All right. Good night, Trail. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's praxis. That's a big thing about DEI. Like that's one of the wishy-washy things that they do to get around like laws. Like, you ever notice like how word salady would like it's very Marxist in nature. It's the language that they use is purposefully vague and convoluted and contradictory, and it just doesn't make any. It doesn't really have any coherency. It doesn't really have any impact. It's really bland as well. They use that kind of language for multiple reasons. One One is to actually bore you to death so that you stop raiding. They actually do that. But the other reason is that they know that what they're doing is actually illegal. Like all the DEI stuff and the praxis is DEI, not the theory or the written policy of DEI, but the way that the policy manifests in reality. The praxis of DEI is illegal. It's a direct violation of the Equal Employment Opportunity Act, and they know this. And so they write the policy, and they're really, really crafty with being vague and evasive about what they're doing, so that they can't get caught directly in direct violation of laws. Essentially, that's one of the reasons they have all this really bullshit language. Let's see. Disney has allegedly used it to drive out white animators by giving them the worst assignments, even though they then, that's a typo, have the most experience. Or no, I think them is just supposed to not be there. They have the most experience, skill, and seniority in order to make the job humiliating enough that they quit, which many of them have done. Yeah, this was, I think this was actually kind of revealed. If you know who Chris Gore is over at filmthreat.com, he also has a good YouTube channel, so just check him out. The filmthreat.com has run a series of articles called the D-Files, and it's basically a series of articles that goes into all of the inner workings and the absolute hellscape it is working for Disney. So a lot of people that work at Disney, whether they be animators or low-level executives or just grunts in the theme parks, whatever, all facets of the company are basically speaking out anonymously. They're being verified, but they're speaking out anonymously about how much of a DEI woke tyrannical nightmare it is working at Disney. It's disgusting, the shit that they've revealed on that site that's going on at Disney. Pale and Male is Stale came out of the music industry, I think, first, but it quickly made its way over to Hollywood, and that's where it's more of a thing. But one of the things that they did, and this happened for the movie Wish, which was like the 100th Disney anniversary animated movie that was like considered like the worst animated movie that they've ever created. And it's very much a result, as revealed in the D-Files, that they were literally pushing out animators based off of their race and shit like that. It's really fucking bad. Really fucking bad. Chris Gore is an interesting dude. Yeah, he's in the hospital in Las Vegas right now because he had a stroke during the Friday Night Tights Vegas meetup. So if you're religious, pray for him. But yeah, hopefully he's in recovery. Looks like he'll be okay. He just had to take some time off. But Chris Gore is an interesting guy. He is a guy. He was one of the presenters in the original fucking G4 TV show, like the original show, not the new woke, Adam Susser shithole. Like he was like friends with like Olivia Munn and all those people. And he actually did a really, really good documentary about the original G4 TV. That's really good. He's a very interesting guy. Old school kind of guy. He's been a bit more irritable lately before the stroke. I think that people, they get irritable when they get, like when you're these kinds of commentators, you're like it's like your job to surround yourself with this shit like all day, every day. As off-putting as it might be, I don't blame them for kind of becoming the way they become, to be honest, because they're just engrossing themselves in this shit all the time. And it's very much that Nietzschean abyss. You know what I mean? Like, if you stare too long into the abyss will just consume you. And that happens to a lot of people. I actually think that he'll be a lot better once he recovers from the stroke, because the stroke has kind of forced him to kind of unplug for an extended amount of time. So I think he'll be cooler. I at least I hope he will. We'll see. I like him either way, though, to be honest. I like him either way. Anyway. So, The same companies argue that there is good discrimination and bad discrimination, that white people should be purposefully disadvantaged to pave the way for diversity. Lawyers stated that the decision will complicate DEI programs and limit their ability to discriminate against white men. The Supreme Court torpedoed these claims, reasserting that everyone is equal in the eyes of the law. Further, the court has established a relatively low standard for bringing discrimination cases. The victim need not suffer actual harm. This is the key thing. An employee must only must show some harm under the terms of their employment, and that harm need not be material, substantial, or serious. The decision makes it much easier for workers to sue over discriminatory practices. What he says that like must show some harm. The whole point is that the discrimination itself, even if it doesn't lead to any harm, even if it leads to something better, but the act of discriminating, the discrimination itself is enough harm to bring forth a discrimination lawsuit. They've basically lowered the bar like really, really low for discrimination lawsuits, which opens the floodgates for lawsuits against DEI-based human resources practices. That's what it does. So I think there's a little bit more here. Yeah, he just goes into the court, you know, the rulings and stuff like that. Kavanaugh actually wrote like the main ruling, and it's also interesting. This was a 9-0. This was a unanimous Supreme Court ruling, which is fascinating since Ketanji Brown Jackson is a diversity hire herself. So, that's pretty wild, actually. I get more irritable with my pain being worse, but I choose to try and isolate and minimize irritating factors. Positive discrimination is requirements to work somewhere. Physical requirement or hours must speak X language and as it's necessary for it. These woke people, though, wanted to conflate it with racist things. Oh yeah, they conflate everything with racism, sexism. It's that intersectional lens where like they conflate everything with everything else, basically. This is why you have like nonsense coming from the left where they're like climate change is racist, you know, that kind of shit, where they like link racism with climate change. They'll link sexism with climate change. That's been done. They link sexism to racism. They link and conflate everything with everything else. Because by linking, the more links they can make, the more exacerbated and amplified the problem becomes through an intersectional lens. So, yeah, that's why they do that. That isn't as wild. I would think some cases they want a unified court. Yeah, that's true. That is true. So there's probably a dissenting opinion so far. They just add a but to it. No, there wasn't a dissenting opinion because there were no dissenters. There is not a single dissenter. There might have been a different take on the ruling, but it's not going to be a dissenting opinion. It'll be a complimenting opinion, right? But anyway, it's really interesting because what this basically does, it doesn't kill DEI programs in and of itself. It doesn't say like DEI is illegal and must be shut down. What it does is it opens the floodgates for class action or individual and or class action lawsuits to start flooding in against companies that are doing DEI. Basically, what it does is it opens the door to destroy DEI through lawfare. That's what it does. So, hopefully, we'll start seeing lawsuits. Hopefully. Because they just set a really big precedent here. This is a very important precedent. A concurring opinion. Yes, exactly. Concurring. Not complimenting. Concurring opinion. Yeah, exactly. They can't change the opinion, but they can give different reasonings behind their thinking. Which is normal. Like, that's common. People can come through to the same conclusion through different avenues of reasoning and opinion. You know what I mean? That's very normal. So, but like I said, Kavanaugh is the one who gave the main opinion. Oh no, Kavanaugh wrote a concurring. Who wrote the wrote the main one? Let's see here. Justice Thomas concurred. I guess it would have been Chief Justice. Is that Alito? Is Alito the Chief Justice? He would, if it's unanimous, then he would write the primary, I would guess, and everybody else would write concurring. I fucking love Dude, Justice Thomas is the best goddamn judge. The person who writes it rotates? Okay. But he says, I agree with Justice Alito. Sounds like he's saying, it sounds like Alito wrote the primary. I'm not convinced, however, that the court accurately characterizes the 8th Circuit decision. I'm not going to read this. I'm going to read this on my own time when I get the chance. But the point is that they lowered the bar, and they've basically opened the floodgates for DEI to be destroyed through lawfare. That's basically what's happened here. I'm not going to linger on it anymore, though, because, again, I don't know enough about law-related stuff to be able to comment intelligently. But it's a good thing. It's a good thing. It sets a good precedent. Although, who knows? It could backfire. Who knows? Anyway, let's get to one last funny article here. Let's see here. I'm not going to talk about the gay Jewish teen who met up with his accused neo-Nazi killer. Good. Apparently they flirted with each other. I don't want to get into that. I really don't. I want to just do something fun, lighthearted at the end here. Okay, here we go. Can easily be Chief Justice for the sake of it. Yeah. Again, I don't know. I guess kind of read the results and like what it means. That's all I really did. I didn't really dive into the full the legal opinions and stuff of it. Anyway, this is gonna be the last one for tonight. Dear Abby, my younger boyfriend and his new girlfriend live with me. He won't have sex with me anymore. Ugh. Okay. His new girlfriend. That would indicate that you're no longer his girlfriend, hence why he's not having sex with you anymore. He found a younger, faster, leaner model, and sold you on the used car market. the used hoe market. Dear Abby, my boyfriend is 18 years younger than I am. Oh man, he's a fucking cougar hunter. Our relationship hasn't been perfect, but I love him to death. Unfortunately, I'm going through menopause and have all the side effects. Oh my god, she hit the wall and he fucking ditched her for the 20 years younger version of herself. Ouch. Ouch. Unfortunately, I'm going through menopause and have all the side effects. Long story short, he found another girl. It was just supposed to be for sex, and he told me he wouldn't get into another relationship or marry anyone but me. Well, he fell for her, which I warned him he was going to do. Well, why would you... Wait a minute. So, he meets this other girl, and then he goes to you, his current girlfriend, and goes, hey, I met this other woman, and I just want to have sex with her. Is that cool? Like, and she was like, I don't think that's a good idea. But she still, like, let him go along with it. Like, what? That's when you just go, yeah, I'm out. Like, what the fuck? Fucking, of course he's gonna catch feelings. That's the thing. When it comes to sex, like casual sex, it's usually the guy who catches feeling first. You know? They are both at my apartment. Oh my god. So it's her apartment. So he's dating this older lady, and he's living with this older lady in the older lady's apartment. He gets a new, younger model, a girlfriend, and now he's fucking the new girlfriend in the old lady's apartment. This old lady is getting cucked. She is fucking getting cucked. Get the cuck chair and sit in it. Sit and spin in the cuck chair, old lady. I've tried to make him happy by allowing this. Oh my god, you are such a cuckold. But he can be so mean to me, and he's so nice to her. He tells me how nice she is, etc. I told him it's because he hasn't hurt her yet. He won't have sex with me now. He claims he isn't favoring her, but he is. Dude, he's moved on from you. I mean, this is some really heavy coping with, like, I think, honestly, I bet you that she thinks that this guy is like the last chance she has at like having like a relationship into her old age. And so she's coping extremely hard to like delude her into thinking that he's still like on the table for her. Oh, that's actually kind of sad. I love him so much. I don't want to lose him. You've already lost him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I'm in so much pain because I can't please him in every way. I don't know what to do. Should I allow... Oh, you should get some fucking salmon cum. That should help. I don't know what to do. Should I allow this and try to make it work? Or should I give up since it seems like he has given up on me? Can't stop crying. Dear Can't Stop, let me get this straight. Oh, here we go. Your much younger boyfriend and his new girlfriend live in your apartment rent-free, and he no longer makes love with you. What are you getting out of this charade besides pain? If I thought it would help, I'd advise you to stick it out and hope his romance will blow over, but I can't. You shouldn't even advise that in any regard. But I can't, because whatever respect and gratitude he felt for you is gone. The pain you are experiencing will end, and only when you find your self-respect and usher the two lovebirds out the door. For your own sake, please do it soon. Dear Abby, I am super outgoing. What the fuck does that have anything to do with anything? I'm being cucked in my apartment, but at least I like going for walks in the park. What the fuck? Always have been. I can walk up to anyone and start a conversation. As I've gotten older, I've noticed that many people have no personality. During the pandemic, it became exponentially worse. Neighbors don't speak. People look at their phones every waking minute and have lost their conversational skills. It's pathetic. I mean, to be fair, it was like that before the pandemic, too. The vast majority of the time, it's because someone wants to break up, but is too chicken to do so. I've seen a poly relationship last for years, but even that one ended poorly. Dude, poly relationships never end well. Never, ever, ever end well. Because despite what leftists want, to alter the biological human condition that's lasted since the beginning, humans are wired to be exclusive. We just are. The whole poly thing doesn't work, and you're right. People who are in polys are usually just coping. And they're too chicken shit to have any self-respect to get themselves out of it. Let's see. I don't know people's backgrounds or interests just by looking at them. I'm smart, but I'm not telepathic. If people don't know how to simply say hi or good morning, something is wrong. COVID shut things down. But if you weren't friendly before the pandemic, how are you going to be 5 years from now? Humanity is doomed if we don't interact. Oh, wait. Is this just a completely different Dear Abby? Oh, it is. Okay. It's a completely different Dear Abby. Okay. Dear Friendly, the COVID disruption may have contributed to what you are describing, but it had been building for at least for the past 20 years. Yeah, that's what I said. It's like, it's not, COVID didn't cause it. It just accelerated it. As people became more and more fixated on their electronic devices, the ability to look someone in the eye and converse withered. If you don't look someone in the eye and communicate in person, the ability to read social cues withers and is eventually lost. I believe this has caused much of the isolation and loneliness we are experiencing. This is boring. I'm not even going to finish this. This is the juicy one, is the Can't Stop. But yeah, it's like, this whole thing is it's a coping cuck situation. It's just a female cuckold. That's what this is. That's what's going on here. Okay. All right. Is there anything else? Let me see. What else we got? Is there anything else worth going over? Covered that. I don't want to talk about net neutrality. I'm tired, and my brain's starting to shut down. I'm not getting into cults. Went over that. Went over that. That. I think that's about it. Yeah. Oh! There's one more thing. One more thing that I need to go over. This. I need to talk about this. Is this gonna autoplay something? Stop. Maybe not. It's muted, so it should be okay. Okay, I need to talk about this because it's relevant to me. Students walk out of Utah Middle School to protest furries. Okay. Pace of Utah. Several students and adults participated in an hours-long walkout from Utah's Mount Nebo Middle School on Wednesday. The reason for the protest? Furries. God damn it. The petition was started online on Sunday with an initial target of 500 signatures, a number of signatures that was reached by Wednesday, prompting the goal to increase to 1,000 signatures. The description for the petition says that the administration of the school should more strictly enforce the district's dress code. Specifically, supporters of the petition are trying to get stronger enforcement for the following section of the dress code: jewelry, accessories, tattoos, hair, facial hair, and other elements of a student's appearance that draw undue attention, distract, disrupt, or otherwise interfere with the learning atmosphere at school or at school activities and events, or they create a health, safety, or welfare issue are prohibited. Oh my gosh, that was a fucking mouthful. So, did they come to school in actual fursuits? God, we're getting a mainstream opinion about what a furry is. Great. Furry is a fandom. A furry named Strudel. Of course, the name Strudel. Why do they have to have these fucking? God damn it! See, this is why the human model is coming, chat. This is why the human model is coming, because I can't with my tiny little voice on YouTube overcome this. I can't overcome this stigma. You know what I mean? I can't do it. I like the only time that furries are talked about in the mainstream is when this kind of degenerate shit happens. And I'm over here just like I just like the aesthetics of a furry, and now I'm associated with these fucking creeps. You know? I'm completely with the kids and the parents on this. Fuck these fucking furry weirdos. Okay. Calm down, Helmsman. Calm down. Furry is a fandom. A furry named Strudel told ABC4.com. We don't think that we're animals. Well, that's good at least. Better than the guy who recently spent $15,000 on a high-tech dog outfit so he can live out his dreams as a dog. According to WebMD, a furry is someone who has an interest in animals with human qualities, and who sometimes dresses up as a cartoon-like version of an animal. I mean, and who sometimes dresses up. I don't dress up, unless you consider the VTube model dressing up. And animals with human qualities. I prefer the term anthropomorphic. Like, I like the aesthetic of the 1978 Disney Robin Hood movie. I like the aesthetic of pretty much every Disney property through the 90s, whether it be Chip and Dale or DuckTales, anything like that. Tailspin, Goof Troop, all that. Those are all fucking furry shows. Sometimes a cartoon-like version of an animal. I really like the idea of animals that walk and talk, so I'm going to dress up as one as a kind of fun sort of cosplay thing. Fair enough. Everybody has their thing. Strudel said that there's a difference between furries and a group called Therians, who believe that on some level they are an animal. Okay, that's true. Wow. Strudel said that, huh? Okay. I credit to Strudel. She's acknowledging that there is a difference between the people who just like the aesthetic, like me, and weirdos who actually think that they are an animal on some level. WebMD said people are often interested in becoming furries to find a sense of community. No, that does not describe me at all. Though some of the drawbacks they may face are negative stereotypes and social stigmas. Now that is very fucking true. Why did the students protest furries? Because they were doing degenerate shit. Videos of the protests were shared on social media by Adam Bartholomew of Main Street Media, Utah. Students who walked out expressed some of their grievances, even calling for the expulsion and banning of the furries. Yeah, I approve of that. Don't bring that shit into the schools. God damn it. When Bartholomew asked if their parents knew they were out protesting, the students answered with a resounding yes. Base. You're not going to play ahead. Several children can be seen holding signs reading, "Compelled speech is not free speech." What? Another was holding a sign that said, "I will not comply." Another said, "Sign, we just want to learn." Based. Fucking based. Although, compelled speech is not free speech? What were they compelled to say? I'm confused by that one. Because from the way I understand it, it was just like furries were just kind of like harassing the students, but they weren't like compelling them to say anything. I don't understand that one. Maybe they'll explain later on. The students said that there are attacks from the furries every day, but we're what the fuck? But we're unsure of how many furries there actually are at the school, shouting out numbers ranging from 5 to 100 students who identify as such. Sounds about right. The school's furry population is accused of biting, scratching, spraying air freshener on, barking at, and chasing other students. Jesus fuck. Why are they spraying air freshener? What the fuck is that? But biting and scratching is especially egregious. Like, God, I can't believe that I am just de facto associated with these fucking people. We're standing up for what we believe is right, the student said. What do school officials say? A lot of the information that's been put out there is completely incorrect and inaccurate. Nebo School District Public Information Officer Seth Sorensen told ABC. While Sorensen said there have been issues with harassment or students making others feel uncomfortable or unsafe, he said most of the claims online are false. The administration of the school addresses that with the entire student body, and they sent out a couple of emails. Some of those emails were misinterpreted, and parents took to online formats to voice some of their concerns and questions. I would really like to read that email. Is that email here somewhere? No? Okay. Well, thanks for nothing. Sorensen said students are not dressing up as cats and dogs. Not dressing up, but they're still acting out like animals. And because there's a dress code in place, he doesn't think videos that have been shared online are from Nebo schools. Sorensen, wait, he just thinks that because there's a dress code in place, everybody's gonna follow it? That's fucking retarded. Sorensen emphasized that the main goals of the district are open communication and student safety. I mean, are from Nebo schools? Okay, well, if they're not from Nebo schools, then there would have been protests from whatever schools they were at then, right? And if it wasn't happening at the Nebo school, then why would the Nebo school kids be protesting? Like, if it was happening at another school, it had nothing to do with them, and they have no knowledge of it, they're not going to protest. Like, what? This is a really, really stupid statement to make. Today, we had some students and parents choose to exercise their right to assemble and do a little protest for what they perceive was something that was happening in the school. I mean, it actually is not something that's been occurring. I don't believe you. He said the reports of students dressing as animals are a little bit inaccurate, saying students wearing headbands with ears are similar to students wearing bows and sports jerseys. It's not, though. Bows and sports jerseys are normal attire. Fucking wearing cosplay animal ears is not. Like, this is... I fucking hate this mentality in the school systems, in the administration of school systems, where they just like, everything is valid. There's no discernment between good and bad. Everything is just like everything is leveled out. It's this zero tolerance bullshit kind of stuff, you know, where like they guess everything that it's like the no tolerance rule and all that kind of crap. It just creates this really fucking degenerate school culture when you do this kind of shit. And they allow and tolerate all of this shit that is disruptive, but they're so like entangled in this ideology of acceptance and inclusion that they are fine with harming a much larger portion of the population if it means accepting and including a much smaller portion of the population. It's fucking backwards. It's so backwards. Notice how the district shifted the blame to the parents misinterpreting the emails the district sent? Yeah, I did notice that. You're right. It's like, well, it's on you to clearly communicate what's happening. And there's obviously some problems here with, you know, you saying that this shit isn't happening on the school premises. It's like, well, what are they protesting then? Like, and why are there no other protests at the schools that it did apparently happen at? Like, it doesn't make sense. This guy is fucking, this principal guy is gaslighting. Let's see. He said the reports of students wrestling against animals were a little bit inaccurate. What the fuck does little bit mean? Oh, it's just the, I mean, yeah, they're not in full out fursuits. Fucking high school, especially middle school kids. You know how much a fursuit costs? A fursuit costs like, I think like a low level fursuit costs like $6,000. They're expensive as fuck. What fucking middle schooler has a goddamn fursuit? Like, of course they're not dressing up as full-on animals, but they're like putting on dog ears that you can get off of Etsy, and they're crawling around on all fours and biting and scratching and barking at people. Like, again, he's downplaying. He's just downplaying this shit because he's afraid of the publicity, because his excessive tolerance has led to this bullshit. Interestingly enough, they really didn't address this with anything they wanted changed. Well, they said it up here. They said, where is it? Should more strictly enforce the district's dress code. That's the goal. They say it right there. Like, what? Like, what are you talking about? Okay. We want every student to feel safe when they come to school, and we want students to get along. Let's all come together and try to support one another, and let's overlook any differences that we have and really be a community. Again, with this fucking, you know, Paulo Freire fucking, you know, social emotional learning, wishy-washy, let's all get along, kumbaya bullshit language. I fucking hate this shit. No, you need to instill discipline in children, god damn it. What does a furry have to say? Utah in general has a pretty good nerd culture, and while furry is still a little bit fringe in that, we are generally pretty accepted, Strudel said. Okay. Strudel said kids latch onto things really easily and can see how dressing up at school can be distracting. Strudel also said it may be best to keep the two separate. Okay, I'm actually starting to really like Strudel. School is for learning, Strudel said. It's a place of education first and foremost. Strudel, yeah, 100%. Okay, Strudel is the fucking Chad in this, actually. I mean, the furry is way better than the fucking school administrator. That's for damn sure. Strudel encouraged students to keep being creative and to keep pursuing things they like. Strudel also said the main issue appears to be internet safety for children. What? What? Sometimes they stumble upon these communities and they're not old enough to really understand what that is or how to behave with it. Oh, so she recognizes that, like, furry stuff isn't really for young kids. Okay. I like Strudel. I've been won over. Strudel is actually the best person in this article, outside the kids themselves. Strudel came there to help the students protesting. Okay, cool. Okay, so we have a sane furry. Good. Okay, that's good to see. I went on a journey on this one. I have to say, at first I was like, why do they fucking Strudel? Why do you got to call yourself Strudel? Why do you got to represent yourself like this? And now I'm like totally in Strudel's camp. So it sounds like Strudel's basically taking the same position I have, where it's just like, yeah, schools for learning. Why is this shit being allowed in schools? Stop it. You know what I mean? Like, totally taking the kids' side of this. Okay. Sounds like Strudel and I would probably get along to some degree. Hey. Alright. I had to go over that because it's in the title of the fucking stream. I'm gonna change the stream too. I'm gonna switch it over to the StellarBlade stuff instead of the Pokemon stuff. Because we all know about the Pokemon stuff already. Although, it is an opportunity to look at Melanie Mac for a few minutes. That's the only thing I could get from it, because it's a Melanie Mac video that I'd be reacting to. What was happening with the attacks? They were told to accept, tolerate, etc. Yeah, exactly. It's, again, they, in order for everybody to get along and sing Kumbaya, you basically have to equivalate all of their behaviors. So there's no longer good behavior and bad behavior, essentially. They level everything out. And that's why the tolerance, and that's how the tolerance for bad behavior is allowed to just run rampant. Because they're just obsessed with this, equality, let's all get along, this kind of very childish kind of mindset. They don't seem to have any care about disciplining children, which is fucking them up, honestly. Kids need discipline. Because discipline is it's direction. It's positive direction. It's saying, kids, this is the direction that you're probably going to want to go, essentially. At least that's what, good discipline is. Bad discipline is just punishment. Kids are going to eventually revolt against that. But good discipline is guidance. And that's what kids need. They need guidance. And these administrators have no interest in guidance at all. And they're basically allowing kids to remain children up until they're adults. And it's fucking up whole generations of people. It needs to stop. I posted what they look like. Ooh. Is this Strudel? What Strudel looks like? Oh, the kids. Ugh. It's kind of hard to tell what's going on the left there. But it's like a dog mask that covers everything except their bottom lip. So it's you put on a dog mask, you crawl around on all fours, biting and scratching and barking at people. Yeah, that needs to be fucking disciplined. That needs to stop. That's ridiculous. That's pictures from the school. Despite what the district said about them dressing up, there is evidence they were. Yeah, that's the thing. That whole thing is they're just coping and lying. Why not to say it's no, we just we need to be more disciplinary in enforcing in our rules. And then if they would have just said that and then done it, it would have been fine. What's the Pokemon stuff? Oh, we can get into it. That'll be the last thing, though. The Pokemon thing will be the last thing. Let me bring that up. It's way up at the top. I think it's literally the first one posted.
Pokemon Go.
Okay. So there's the goth GF of my dreams. The goth Christian GF, by the way. I am a fellow Christian, so it's bonus points to me. Anyway, so this is basically talking about how Niantic, who runs Pokemon Go, did a big update on the app, and they changed the way the models, like for the player characters, look, and they basically just turned them all ugly and completely androgenized them. Like, you cannot tell the difference between male and female anymore in the game. It's fucking awful. And like everybody across all political aisles hates it. Everybody is united in hatred against this update. So that's what she's talking about here. You posted Strudel? Oh, I want to see what she looks like. Again with the fursuit. Oh gosh, I can't. I'm still not comfortable with the fursuit stuff. I'm really not. But I can get over it because, again, you know, she has a good. I think she sounds like she's got the right mindset, and it sounds like she behaves correctly, or I won't say correctly. That sounds kind of patronizing, but she seems like one of the good ones. So let's just say that. I can get over the fursuit stuff. You know, okay. It's difficult to say it's Niantic that was at fault if it was Pokemon themselves, since it's licensed material. It's hard. I don't know who's responsible. I don't know. But let's get into it. Let's watch this.
Pokemon Go is getting roasted, and rightfully so, with their new androgynous blob update. The characters no longer, especially the female ones, look female. The male ones even get a little bit of an injection of soy. This is a nightmare for Pokemon Go fans. So here they said, trainers, your avatar can now look even more like you. We're excited to announce that.
I can't stand it when people are obsessed with making themselves in character creators. I don't understand that. It's like, you have the opportunity to be creative and create anything you can imagine within the limits of the character creator itself. And yet you choose to make a carbon copy of yourself as much as possible. Like, not only is this like how completely lacking in creativity, but it's just also like how boring and narcissistic are you to do that?
New avatar customization options are now live on Pokemon.
Honestly, the only way I could see it, excuse me, by the way, is like, how close can I get to myself in the character creator? Like, I could see that, like, just like testing the character creator to see like how robust it is and how close you can get to yourself. I could see that. But that's not really a narcissistic endeavor. That's like that's testing the character creator itself against a standard that you obviously know.
Go. Let me just show you some of the changes, for example, first of all, and how as a woman, I personally don't feel like these can look more like me, right? Because look how this...
Look at this. Like, so they widen the waist. They flab up the butt. Like, look how, like, I'm sorry, but this is a very tight, shapely asshole with a thigh gap. I mean, this is pretty damn sexy, actually. I did not realize that about this, but this is just like, this looks like a family, just like a regular flabby dude ass. You know, did they broaden the shoulders? Yeah, they broadened the shoulders. And I think it looks like they made the neck longer, too. Yeah, this is just hideous. Also, is the arm longer? They fucking aped up the arms. What the fuck? They gave her thicker calf muscles. They just fucking flat out manned it up. Jesus. See, it's been mentioned by many at this point. It wouldn't have been an issue if they added a slider to essentially create your own character, but instead they replaced the base. Yeah, exactly. They didn't like make it an option. They didn't expand the options for your character's looks. They swapped it. They swapped it for a different system. That's the problem. They look awful. Yeah, everybody says they look awful, like universally. Like, I don't know a single person on literally any political leaning or any side of any kind of gaming cultural debate that likes the new avatars in this. This has united everybody against it.
This looks like a woman, and this looks like a dude or a hybrid of something.
A hybrid? A fucking hybrid. I like that.
Okay, this is clearly the waistline just straight up
I've seen a
down.
number before and after. I have too. I've seen a bunch of them too.
This is not
They're all awful.
a feminine body. It's what even is that? Honey here says, I honestly didn't think it would be so bad. She looks sick. Someone send help. Hashtag not my avatar. What is going on? Emma here says,
this is sad. Look, they even like remove the personality out of it. Like, this one looks like a person who's like emoting and actually has like an emotion. She's experiencing happiness. And over here, this literally looks like she like, I mean, it looks like she just had a factory reset on the right. I mean, good God. This is so awful. And they even like made the pants look like baggy now. Oh my God.
this is awful. The way you killed my beautiful avatar. I hate this so much. You lost a customer today. Look how cute and feminine.
Look at her pose
And
again.
then Mom says it's my turn to play Xbox.
Yeah, that's right. It's just cold and emotionless over here. I also noticed that they even took the brightness and liveliness out of her skin tone. Like, you could see that there's like light refraction happening in the skin tone here. Whereas over here, it just looks like I don't know. It looks like the light turned off. It looks so bad. Biggest thing I noticed was the stance. Yeah, that's the first thing you notice, definitely. But yeah, it's just, and even here, I think she's even smiling here, and over here she's just like, She's just got this neutral. Again, it's like a factory reset
thing. Oh my.
Oh my God, that one looks like that. Those are ape arms. Jesus Christ, those are ape arms. What the fuck? And here, even then, even with the these are baggy pants, but you could see that like her hip is cocked to one side, so she still has like a feminine figure, even through the baggy pants. Whereas here, she's like again, the light got turned off in her skin and her face, factory reset pose, and it almost looked like she's she's bent her knees a little bit, and she's actually slouching. Like, they even took out the posture. It's so bad. And they even took out the shininess of the hair. They factory reset the fucking hair. Jesus Christ, this is awful. The character's entire trunk is longer. Yeah, look at where the waistline is. They're the same height. Oh no, this one's taller. They've elongated this one, but look at the difference in where the belt level is. See that? So it's longer both in this direction and in that direction. It's, oh my God, and they made her arms longer, and the hands are bigger too. She's got man hands now. Jesus. What a fucking disaster.
There's no hips. None. I understand not every woman has huge hips, but this ain't even huge hips. This is just being a woman. We have hips. We don't have the same build as a dude. This is... What?
I love how it's
no, I said
rendered
here,
her
last
speechless.
I checked, I'm a woman. and I don't look like a man or an androgynous blob, so no, I can't make my avatar look more like me with this update.
Nice.
Um,
But even then, like, why would you want to like look like yourself? Like, if anything, I would want, if I wanted to make myself, I would want to make like a better looking version of myself. If anything, you know, I wouldn't want a one-to-one of myself. I would want um, like lean and athletic version of me. I'm 41, chat. I'm not lean and athletic anymore. I'm not overweight, but you know what I mean.
So there's a lot more going on here, and Grums has really been covering it well. So I'm just going to go through his tweets right now as we analyze all of this, because it's a gigantic mess. So first of all, they're looking for DEI directors, diversity, inclusion, equity, and inclusion. Okay, so
It honestly baffles me that corporations, which are built on capitalism, are like advocating for equity, which is a purely communistic endeavor. Like it's amazing to me that's a thing. I think Asian cultures actually think woke is the dominating ideology in the West, but it's all politicians and corporate shills. Yeah, they do. I think that they're starting to realize that that's not the case. I definitely think that like woke, they basically think that like woke is just like the culture of America and the West in general. And I think they're starting to realize that it's only like what the elites of our country and the people in positions of power in our country export to the rest of the world in a very imperialistic way. I think that the cracks are starting to form in that viewpoint in Asia. Again, all you can do, like, I only very recently have started seeing like Japanese VTubers talk about this kind of stuff. Essentially, it's very recently that I've started seeing it too. Where I see, and they're directly talking about like DEI initiatives in America, and they all say it's like, yeah, this is not very good. Like, why is I saw one where it's just like, why is Square Enix listed? You know, this Asian company listed on the Sweet Baby Inc. client list. Like, what the fuck? Like, they're starting to figure it out. So just, again, don't black pill. Keep at it. You know, keep talking. Keep spreading the word. But at the same time, don't become like a leftist activist that are just like fully consumed by it to the point where they can't experience any kind of joy or laughter in their lives. Don't let it eat you. You know, like they also don't have a culture of talking about it publicly. Yeah, that's true. They're much more. They have a much more structured decorum around discussions of these kinds of things over there, especially in Japan. So it just, you know, there's language barriers, there's cultural barriers and that kind of stuff. But like I said, the cracks are really starting to form. Actually, the cracks have already formed. What they're doing now is they're widening, which is good. Again, all you can do is speak out and just say like, hey, all these localizer teams, they're all lying to you. None of the gamers in the West actually like this shit. You know what I mean? Like, really make it a point to like stratify, to segregate yourselves away from the game developers and the journals and stuff like that. Here's to you. Welcome in, Rodin. There's never a good time to enter a Helmsman Reacts show. These are very wild shows going over wild topics. But welcome in either way. This is actually the last story of the night. But I do this every 2 weeks. I actually hope that the Discord gets active enough where enough stuff gets posted where I can do it weekly. That's the goal. But right now it's every 2 weeks, every other Saturday. I do these reaction streams. But yeah, welcome. You always throw anything ahead of the stream? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. let's see here. We'll stick around. We got at least this story to finish up.
So that's already a red flag. That already means they're gonna ruin everything, as we know. Okay, let me scroll down so we can.
Whoa! Scroll back.
We cannot miss anything here. Wow, there's just a lot going on. Okay, so.
What's this?
Please
Okay.
tell me how you think the new avatar looks better in any way.
Okay, so this is the old, or this is the original, and this is the new avatar look. So what are we looking at here? Again, the more vibrant skin color has been washed out. What else? The arms are definitely longer. They ditched the gloves, probably because they don't fit anymore. You know what else I noticed is that they made like the pants like sag. Like, look at the crotch level. Look how much lower it is. Again, they just lengthened the torso. You could really tell, like, the distance between the bottom of the sweater and the neck is so much longer over here. Ugh. And again, just the hip cock. It's like practically gone. It's fucking awful. Also, they took away the nice like purple and white shoes, and it gets replaced with boring black shoes. Like, oh my! They just took out all the. It's not just the physical that they got rid of; they got rid of all the personality too. It's just awful.
Here's a cute girl with hips, a female body, and now you got this thing.
Thing is the correct word to use. It is. This is not a. This doesn't. It's true. The androgynous blob. I think blob is the appropriate word because it's just like what is this? Like, I don't know. I couldn't tell you if this is a man or a woman.
Hips and waist are all the same width. The stance is just. Oh my gosh. Oh, brother. Ooh, brother. Ooh. Okay.
Well, technically, they have the same amount of black because, while this one got the black shoes, it also got rid of the black gloves. So it's kind of a wash on how much black there is in the costume.
My gosh. Oh, okay. So. So then we've got the Pokemon Go removed gender from all Pokemon Go. Of course they removed gender. This goes along with that trans gaze. It's the trans ideology that they're forcing into everything. This is a freaking psyop, and it's.
I like the term the trans gaze. I like that. It's. I like this. Look at this. Look at this Dommy Mommy pause game I've got going on here. Holy shit. She saw purse in her lips. She is judging you in this pause. Damn. Looking at the level XP, you can see the one on the left is the old one and the one on the right is new. So the person changed the costume, but that doesn't change the issues of the character. Oh yeah, okay. Also, they changed the gloves and the shoes, but that doesn't change the shape of the body problems.
In our games now. It's been there. It's been in a lot of our entertainment. You can't convince me that this isn't a ploy from Satan. People can tell me I'm crazy. I don't care. But Satan has his paws in everything. And all of this ideology comes from Satan. Because it goes against God's design. People should love the bodies that they were born in as God created them to be. So...
I love the unapologetic Christianity. I fucking love it.
Yeah, so he took a look at the character creator. Gender is none, replaced by a hodgepodge of androgynous options. Nothing can be too feminine or too male. Facial hair options are gone. Whoa.
So look at this. Look at this before and after. So before, it was literally just like pick like a male like template to work from, and pick a female template, and they're very clearly male and female. All the way down to the fact that you can tell that the center of gravity for the woman is lower than the man's, and they change it to just these portraits of just like random features just mashed together. God, that's fucking awful.
That's pretty huge. Male faces had softened features. Female faces had masculine jaws. Man, I had somebody in a comment on, I think, my last video that got kind of mad at me because I was saying that, yeah, we have this uglification of female characters, this trans gaze, this transification of female.
This is the uglification of everything, though. Not just female characters. I know that that's the trope, but this is annihilation of everything. This is just, again, this hodgepodge. I mean, this looks like, these characters look like they were made by a slot machine. Where, like, every wheel is, like, a feature. Like, it looks nonsensical.
Characters to look more gender ambiguous, and I said we're also starting to see this in male characters, though just not as prevalent. And oh my gosh, someone was mad, was like, bull crap, show me an example. This isn't a thing. That's not happening with male characters. It is. They are feminizing male characters. Just watch I made a video about it. If you're that mad, watch my video about it. All right.
Honestly, though, I feel like that's more of a trope in movies and television. The feminization of men. It's especially true of black men. The last, like, strong black, like, imposing, intimidating kind of character that I can remember seeing on screen, gosh, is it Luke Cage? Luke Cage is one. They turned Nick Fury into an effeminate, cuck. Trying to think of, like, strong. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they have really gone out of the way, and this is really true in the music industry, by the way, where music industry basically has, like, satanic fucking, like, humiliation rituals that they force, like, men to engage in, where they have them dress in these really gay outfits, like these ridiculously flamboyant and, like, really surreal, nonsensical, gay-looking outfits. It's like there's no way that anybody consciously chooses to wear shit like that. That is a fucking humiliation ritual. You cannot convince me otherwise on that. But, like, yeah, in Hollywood, like, I mean, we recently had the Reacher actor, Alan Ritchson, or something like that. But he basically, like just killed his career by, like, just going apeshit against police or some other nonsense. But yeah, like, the feminization of men is much more a Hollywood and television thing. Look at the new Doctor Who. That's another good example. Where they have a flamboyantly gay little twinkie black man who said that he wants to dance and twerk and he wants to defeat an enemy on an episode by dancing and twerking at it. Like, it's pretty clear that they're trying to demasculinize men in Hollywood. In video games, I haven't seen it as much. I'd have to think about it more to think of examples. I bet you guys can think of examples better, faster than I could. Like, I think it's probably happening. I just don't think it's happening nearly to the degree that it is in Hollywood.
So here we have this. Yeah, the characters all have. Yeah, it's all the same. It's all the identical face shape. All you do is really just change the hair. So, oh my.
What the fuck is that? She looks like she could touch her knees without bending over. What the fuck? That looks so bad. That looks like the menopausal librarian that, like... Oh, that is god awful. Just god awful.
Oh gosh.
I mean, yeah, like, I don't blame her for being kind of speechless looking at these things, because these things are so egregiously bad that it kind of does render you speechless.
Oh, that's hideous. Oh dear. You got Nikado Avocado here. Was that his name? I think. So
Nikado
there is an
avocado?
appearance from Aloy. Never would have guessed that. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, so then he's talking more about that there. Here's that Nikado avocado.
I mean,
Okay, and
I
oh
will
my,
say, to be fair, it's the hair. It's not really the face, because the face obviously has more sharper features than Nico or Aloy over here. We're very, very, very round and potato headed. But the hair is like a 1-to-1. I totally get that.
nothing says diversity like an androgynous body type, fat upskirt shots. Yes, this is a kids game.
Oh my god!
Oh.
Wait, does that look blurred? Does that look blurred? I can't. What the fuck is this? What's on her face? Oh my god, this is so bad. Who the fuck wears a short pleated skirt with a baggy long sleeve sweater? Nobody would do that. I guess that's a player decision though, but even then, this looks like it's actually been blurred. Fat legs just makes a shadow? Is that what it is? That's another thing, like, where is the knee in this leg? Like, the shape of this thing is so weird to me. I mean, I guess the knee is supposed to be, like, right there-ish, but there's zero signs of it. It's so weird.
Help. Please help. Who would want this, okay? I'm talking, like, it's gonna sound mean, but picture your most ugly person imaginable. Like, fat, ugly. I don't even think fat, ugly people want to play as characters like this. What are you... Everybody... Like, all I know is when I'm playing as a character, I like to play as an idealized character, so I want my character to be as beautiful as possible.
Yeah, me too. Whether it's male or female. Typically, for me, it's female, but if it's male, I want them to be ideal. I want them to look fucking good.
I like to make my characters prettier than me. I think that's pretty common across the board. People like to play as very exceptionally attractive characters. I just don't see anybody willingly picking this unless they're just really far down on...
You have to have some really low self-esteem to go with a character like this. Really low self-esteem.
On the... into the ideology right now.
Is she doing the sexy over-the-shoulder pose? This is amazing, actually. This is a clearly obese character that doesn't look like she has an ass. This is an assless, obese person. What the fuck is this? Also, some fucking Hulk Hogan arms. Jesus. Call a veterinarian because these pythons are fucking sick. Jesus.
And pretending like this is cute.
Look at this. There's no ass, and she's obese. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is so bad. So bad. Also, she's got cankles. She's obviously got cankles down here.
This ain't cute. I'm sorry. And if anybody is fat like this, male or female, don't be fat. Like, freaking, okay,
yeah, don't be fat. That's right. That's exactly right, actually. Based. Stop being fat, damn it.
love you, but don't be fat. You have everything in your ability not to be fat. So do it. I know it's hard, but do it. Don't be fat. Eat healthy. Go keto.
Put down the fork.
You don't have to live like this. So
no, it's like that too. Like you see, like there's so many stories I've seen of like fat people who like got sucked into the body positivity movement and like stayed that way, and they just were like super miserable, and they were convinced for the longest time that like losing weight wouldn't help them and stuff like that. And then they like for whatever reason managed to like break out of the mindset and lose weight, and they're just like, oh my god, I cannot believe how good my body feels having lost that weight. Like every one of my joints feels so much better. My knees thank me with every step that I take. They're like so happy and joyful to lose the weight. So yeah, it's.
Oh, Grom says Japanese fans are savaging Pokemon Go app as the changes to Pokemon Go worldwide. I don't know what this says. Looks strong. This says 400. Let's see if we can translate that. It looks like you can have a Pokemon battle without Pokemon.
That's fucking good, man. I love it when this shit reaches like Japan or even like China and Korea and stuff like that, because they don't have the same cultural sensitivities that we do, and so they will fucking go really hard, like insanely hard, because they don't give a fuck about our sensibilities.
Oh my. Let's see what this says. Oh, chubby. Okay.
It says chubby.
Oh my god. I know. Like, why do you even need a Pokemon? Is she?
It looks like two. It also looks like the little penguin down here is just like, fuck this, I'm leaving. It's like he looks like he's literally walking off stage.
Pokemon. Is she protecting the Pokemon? Reminder that Pokemon Go updates are not Nintendo. Niantic Labs make Pokemon Go app, and they are based out of San Francisco. Of course.
There you go. It is Niantic. Probably.
Is it any wonder why they made all the...
Although, it's like, doesn't the Pokemon company have to approve it, though? Like, it has to go through Pokemon. Like, Pokemon, if it's got the Pokemon logo and, copyright, it has to go through the Pokemon company for approval. It's all licensed. Does license equate to approval, though? Like, how much free reign does Niantic have the ability to do things without the Pokemon company's approval? I guess is the question. Pokemon gets money from it. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, they get residuals like crazy. Sure. I'm just curious, like what the creative freedom is that Niantic has under the Pokemon company umbrella. That's the question.
Trainers in Pokemon Go trans. Telling you, it's this trans gaze thing. This limits choices. They took away
this is the whole problem with the trans race thing. If it's true that they're androgenizing characters so that basically trans people, like a woman tries to become a man, but they can't really do a good job of it. So if they basically lower the quality of the man and make it look more androgenized, then it basically like allows a trans man to see herself better. Then, but the thing is, it's like, if you're trying to be the other thing, wouldn't you still try to be the best version of that other thing? Like, why would you want to be the worst, ugliest version of the other thing? You know what I mean? It goes back to that self-esteem thing. Like, only people with zero self-confidence would want to make an ugly character that looks like them, essentially, instead of like something to aspire to be, something that motivates them to become better, like better versions of themselves. So, yeah, it's strange. It's really weird. Niantic shouldn't have free reign to alter things related to the Pokemon themselves, nor probably the character. They could likely change, however, things like gym and Pokestop locations, as that is part of their deal. Maybe spawn. Well, that makes sense because they have to like conform to like the real world maps and stuff. So they kind of have to have the ability to finagle the game world to work around within the real world map breakdown. Could likely change Pokemon themselves. Yeah, that's my thought. Like, I wouldn't think that even like the trainers should have to get approval from the Pokemon company, not just the Pokemon themselves. That seems the more likely thing to me. The gym and Pokesoft locations were built from Ingress, their prior game. That is how they harvested a lot of the historical and local data. Oh yeah, that was like the. Well, isn't there like, aren't they also behind that Harry Potter game? That's like the same way. It's the same kind of idea as Pokemon Go, but with wizards, with Harry Potter stuff. Because it's all the same. Like when you log into one game, like all of the hubs and stuff like that, whatever the equivalent of like a Pokemon gym is in the Harry Potter world, it's in the same location in both games. So Ingress was far before that. It was what helped build the foundation. Okay, so it was Ingress like their very first like fully like original IP that they basically used to develop the concept, and then they basically took that concept, got access to major IP licenses, and just coasted on the IP license. Okay, we're gonna keep going.
Masculine and feminine. Erase your avatar. Let's see what their mission is. Our mission is to explore the world together. Together means all of us.
Again, this doesn't this not sound like that principal from the furry Utah school? It sounds like the same language. We have to do everything together. Together means all of us. We have to get along. All this other stuff. Again, it's the leveling out of an equivalency of good and bad things, essentially. There is no good, there is no bad. Everything is of equal value, essentially. They just erase all the bad, and they allow the bad to flourish as a result. So, the story was driven by them, but they largely got popular from the GPS-based game that users submitted historical and important local data locations. Okay. Without that data being submitted, you would have likely never had Pokemon or Harry Potter GPS base, given it required those points. Yeah, the whole drive of the game is centered around those hotspots, right? Like the hotspots are always like local churches or restaurants or whatever, that kind of stuff.
The work of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Oh, they added a B. This is just like the LGBT.
Belonging. Yeah, that's I've seen that several times actually in recent months. I think the first time I saw it was actually like a couple of years ago. I saw it was like DIAB, where they added the word belonging to it, which again, it's this wishy-washy leveling out language. Basically allow bad to flourish. It's the same stuff. It's all the same language. It all means the same shit.
BTQIA TUV WXYZ. They're gonna keep adding more stuff to DEI apparently as we build the real. Okay, I ain't reading that. I don't feel like throwing up my lunch. All right. So...
Fair enough. But yeah, that's what they're doing. Because you notice that like they're always trying to like rebrand DEI. Again, remember with the beginning of the stream, but I was talking about how they purposefully make their language and their mission statements and their goals and everything that they write is always like vague and contradictory and wishy-washy and overly verbose and all this other shit, and very, it's very obfuscating, and it's done like that on purpose, and that's what she was just kind of experiencing right there. It's like, I'm not reading all this gobbledygook. It's all a bunch of nonsensical gobbledygook. Yep.
So Erica here says, I will never forgive Niantic for what they did to my avatar. She's so Uggo now. I don't even want to look at the mini version at the bottom left of the screen. She was perfect the way she was. Hashtag Pokemon Go. Good for these women. Like, this is what we need. Because these retards who pretend like, oh yeah, we're doing this for women. We love women. This is what I've been trying to tell people over and over again. This whole uglifying female characters, women don't like it. I don't like it, and I'm not, and people call me a pick-me for it. How am I a pick-me when I am speaking on behalf of most female gamers? I am...
Also, what's wrong with being a pick-me? What's wrong with, like, wanting to be the whole thing, the whole pick-me accusation stuff, that's the crabs in the bucket, like, trope of, like, women, like, always tearing each other down. That's what that is. Like, God forbid a woman like tries to become better or even the best, The whole pick me accusation is just, it's all it is. It's a projection of jealousy. That's all it is. It doesn't mean anything. I think the worst part of being a pick me is if you aren't being authentic. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'll have to think about that one more.
Speaking for most of us.
But I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from. I just need to. My brain's starting to shut down for the night, so.
Okay, so how am I a pick-me when I am agreeing with the majority of the people? Maybe you guys who are pushing this trans crap are the pick-me's. You're trying to be picked by trans people. I don't know. Oh.
I mean, it kind of is. Like, the whole social contagion thing is pick-me behavior, kind of. They want to be favored by their circle, by their friend circles. So, yeah. I mean, it absolutely applies both ways. Inauthentic is a bad thing because being inauthentic is bad and lying to others is bad. Well, yeah, I mean, just being inauthentic in general. I mean, that's one of the things that's kind of making or breaking. That's kind of a paradigm shift going in at least the YouTube sphere right now. Like, one of the biggest things that people are finding value in these days is authenticity. That is as valuable as gold in the online sphere, in like the streaming sphere and stuff like that. It's the same in real life when it comes to, you know, the whole quote unquote pick me behavior and that kind of stuff. It has to be authentic. So it's just an issue unless you hold one of those issues that is already an issue. I'll have to think on that one too.
But yeah, let me move my thing over.
Like, a lot of people call Melanie Mac a pick me because she's like, you know, she's throwing out faggot and all this other stuff out there, you know. And a lot of people are calling her like a pick me for like bigots and stuff like that. And it's just like, I don't think that's the case. I really don't think that's the case. I honestly think she kind of did like one of those, she kind of turned a work into a shoot, to use wrestling terms, where I think she initially started throwing down the F-bomb as like kind of like a work to like rile people up, and it was kind of like a trolling kind of thing. But then it kind of turned into like, no, I actually believe that we need to like reclaim this word and bring it back. And it happened pretty quick, I feel like. And so she just leaned into it and she's like, actually, yeah, we need this back. It's a great damn word. So.
Look how cute and feminine this character is, and then you got this boring trans looking thing. Here we have this
trans thing. I love that kind of language. Maybe I'm not being super clear. Maybe I don't know. You might be, Outlaw. It's probably just my brain though. Dropping into like it before sleep. How much shit in the tornado today? It's been pretty juicy. A lot of chunky shit in the news stream today, but it's been fun. Electric. Thanks for the support, my friend. Pick me isn't inherently an issue. The issue is inauthenticity, and there tends to be an overlap in those claims. Most inauthentic people, we don't mind attention to. Deception, however. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. You're saying that there's an overlap. There tends to be an overlap between inauthenticity and pick me, where they're engaging in the behavior to stand out for the sole purposes of standing out and not to be themselves, I think is what you're getting at. I think. I, however, think that my brain is going to kind of shut down if I start thinking about it further. We got there? We got there. Good. Moving on.
which we've seen before. Cute, feminine, trans looking thing. Boring stance too. It's like no creativity at all.
Yeah, I mean, besides the body shape, that's the thing. It's like the posture and the skin color are particularly egregious. Like they're just so bad. It just looks so lifeless.
This is just terrible, and women don't like this stuff. What's behind the Pokemon Go app gender erasure? Turns out the makers of Pokemon Go consulted with a Sweet Baby Inc. style consultancy firm, GamerX. It literally has gay in the name. Did this lead to the changes these firms need to go?
I listed GamerX in my presentation like a couple months ago. By the way, they were one of the ones that I found that were in my presentation.
I personally believe that's very possible because oh dear Lord.
Oh Jesus Christ, that looks awful. Oh God.
Lord. Oh, Jesus, please help us. Oh my gosh. Yike.
Yeah, like what do you say to that? What the fuck what do you say to this? I have no words to describe how vile this planet is. Ugh. Is her torso clipping through the clothes? Is that what's going on here? Is there like a clipping issue happening where they couldn't even like map the clothing to the body correctly? Is that how fucking bad this is? It's not even technically competent. Oh my! It is, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, it is. It is clipping. God, so they couldn't even technically get it right. Oh my God! Looks like my diabetic grandma on the beach. Oh, the update ruined the attachment of clothing and accessories. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Like it didn't just ruin it on an aesthetic level, it ruined it on a technical level, which is like doubly awful.
Yeah.
I just love how she's just like she's got nothing to say.
Yeah, so they consulted with a gay firm. Yeah, this is all for the trans gays. They want to demonize the male gays. Well, you're pandering to the trans gays, which is still a male gaze. It's just
the thing that's funny about the male gaze is that the overlap between the male gaze and the female gaze is very significant. That's the thing. That's the thing that a lot of these people don't like take into account. They think like the male gaze is like this evil thing they need to eliminate, but they don't realize that like 70% of the male gaze overlaps with the female gaze, because that's the dirty secret. Women like beautiful women too. That's the dirty little secret that they will not admit to. Trans people don't want it halfway. They broke their own code over this. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Oh my God. Yeah, I brought that point earlier. Like I think like right before you showed up, Electric Angel, how they like if you're like transitioning to the other sex, if that's what you're trying to do, like who is doing that and wants to look like the ugliest version of the other sex? You know, like you're still, even if you're transitioning, you still want to be a beautiful version of the thing you're transitioning to. You know, unless you're one of these fucking, you know, body positivity freaks that has absolutely no self-confidence and just wants to tear everybody around them down. You know, like this is like peak narcissism right here. This uglification is peak narcissism. But like that's the thing though, it doesn't even satisfy the trans gays, because the trans people want, I would think they want, like that's the whole thing about passing, right? Like trans people want to pass, and to pass you have to reach a certain aesthetic standard. You know? So it doesn't make any fucking sense. These people are fucking stupid.
say mentally unstable male gaze. All right, so yeah, there was that one that I read. Free soy injections for your male avatar in Pokemon Go. It looks like so. Oh, that definitely does not look like a.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, again, it's not as egregious as a women, but it's still. It's
hang
not.
on. Go back.
Yeah, definitely on Go.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, he's got to find like good good arms. He's got a good posture, like his shoulders are back. Well, I should say pretty good posture. His neck is kind of forward. It's weird. But he's got defined calf muscles. Yeah, this looks very male.
It's like, so, oh.
That looks very new male. That looks like this guy, but like 5 or 6 years younger. That's what that looks like. Like you can see, like it looks like that's what it looks like. It looks like nearing the end of puberty, or like in the middle of puberty. This is pre-puberty. Like there's no definition or tonage in the arms or the legs really. Generally shorter in stature. Yeah, like this is like the soy-filled new male kind of look right here.
Definitely does not look like a. Yeah, again, it's not as egregious as the women, but it's not. I don't think any dudes are gonna feel like their character looks cool looking like that. So anyway, this is where we're at with things. I feel like almost all my videos are talking about how video game characters are being ruined, their appearances, because I have so much material. It's everywhere. What is going on with this? Nobody is asking for this. There's a very small percentage of people who are so engulfed in the satanic woke cult ideology, and yes, it is satanic. They are so engulfed in that that they're the ones who want to see this stuff for some reason. It's their religion, it's their cult, and they want to see it. They don't like the distinction of male and female. We're different. Women are beautiful. Men are hot.
I was gonna say, how's she gonna get out of that one?
Like that. And while I do think some of it is a cope because it threatens them because they don't want to get in shape, they don't want to get healthy, they don't want to fix their looks. I think part of it is that, but I don't think it's entirely that. I used to think it was entirely that, where they felt threatened. And I think, it's a big part of it, but another big part of it is forcing this trans ideology. And yeah, it's to me, I just think it's satanic. So anyway, there you have it for today's video. Let me know what you think in the comments below.
All right, that's the end of that. And it's like when she says it's satanic, it's not a stretch. Like there's a reason that like demons and satanic stuff, they're commonly represented as having like both pairs of genitals and stuff like that, and having androgynous looks. Like that's a really common portrayal, and it's even portrayed like that in parts of the Bible. Like it is when she says it's like satanic, that's not just like Melanie Bill being like a silly weirdo Christian. It's like, no, in the Christian doctrine, that's the way that Satan is described as like the most beautiful angel, essentially. But like Baphomet and like other like demonic beings are like very commonly depicted as androgynous and having, like I said, both pairs of genitals, all this kind of stuff. It is a very satanic thing in the Christian kind of perspective. So, anyway. Shut up, bitch, I am beautiful. I'll drink the Paradise Lost Kool-Aid. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. The bad language. Well, new male is spelled N-U-M-A-L-E. It's new male. Well, anyway, I'm pretty. There's nothing really left. I don't think. I think we've pretty much exhausted everything at this point. So I'm going to head back to this. All right. Yes, new male. That's exactly right, Outlaw. That's how it's spelled. Oh, man. Well, that was, let me see here, 4.5 hours. Very nice. Very nice. That's actually like almost an hour less than the first one, actually, which is saying something. But that was a marathon. That was fun. That was really fun. Again, I plan to do this every 2 weekends. every other weekend, I should say. And if the Discord gets active enough and people post stuff in the reaction channel of enough content, I can do this every week. Every Saturday I can do this. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and wrap up for the night. I always appreciate y'all joining me. It's always a blast hanging out with you guys and shooting the shit back and forth, especially on these reaction streams. It's really fun interact with you guys and just going over all this bullshit. Because I would go insane if I was doing it alone. That's for damn sure. But anyway, next stream is Tuesday. We're back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Tuesday, and then we're back to our regular schedule at that point. We're basically going to be there's no like huge releases. I am going to do a one shot of Little Kitty Big City. I'm going to do a one shot stream of that. But otherwise, we're going to stick to our normal gaming schedule for now. So look forward to all those free emails there in the Discord for your reading pleasure. Oh, okay, cool, very nice. I want to read those. Yeah, if you find some crazy shit that would be fun to react to, throw it in that Discord thread, and I'll make sure it makes it on stream. I'll try to make sure. Yeah, I'll give you all your evening back for now. Again, thanks for joining, and I will see you on the next one. Take care, chat. The watch is yours.